And a good Thursday evening, folks. Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandajis here with you alongside Evan Stewart. We are talking about severe weather rolling on through the Commonwealth and in northeastern North Carolina as well. We'll start things off here with a loop of radar for you. We've got 4 hours of radar data here, and you can see this line ripping across the state. Storm motions here moving at around 50 miles per hour on average. Some are moving faster, some a little bit slower. And as they're moving into that warm, unstable, humid air mass, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings get initiated here. And the main hazard, as we've been talking about, has been for some gusty, damaging winds. And this line has had a history of producing damaging wind gusts here out by Farmville. In fact, there's about 200,000 Virginians currently without power thanks to these wind gusts toppling trees. You know, we had all that rain, root system still a little bit compromised. Even though we've been dry the last day or two, still a little bit easier to bring down some of those trees. All right, let's start things off here on radar at the current image. I mean, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings here. Something you can take note of just looking at this initially, how large these warning polygons are. Usually when they're this size, that's a signal that the main hazard that we're concerned with will be some gusty, damaging winds. And that's exactly what we've been seeing so far. Here's the info on some of these warnings. We'll start off to the north, and we've got one warning here that does include the city of Williamsburg, Newport News as well, Charles City, Gloucester, James City, Matthews, Middlesex, and Surrey as well. This is up for another 26 minutes until 7 o'clock this evening, and maximum wind gusts possibly getting as high as 60 miles per hour. Now down to the south, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here. This one is up also until 7 o'clock. Greensville County over to Isle of Wight, Southampton, Surrey, and Sussex. This is the southern tier of this line of overall strong storms that have turned severe in terms of the risk of some gusty, damaging winds. So pretty much from Tappahannock all the way down just to north of Emporia along I-95, currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now let's put some storm tracks on these for you, because this one down to the south here is moving at 35 miles per hour. We'll start to the south and then move our way back to the north. Storm track here at 35 miles per hour, moving through portions of Southampton over into Isle of Wight, southern Surrey as well. Waverly maybe getting to you in a couple minutes. Wakefield just ahead at the top of the hour. 7:08 around Berlin. We've got Smithfield, possibly if it holds together, coming your way in just under an hour's worth of time, around 50 minutes at 7:24. Again, this southern portion of this segment is moving at 35 miles per hour off to the east. Now to the north, this cell is moving at 50 miles per hour. So it is already impacting portions of James City County, western portions there. Seeing some gusty winds. The radar's not amped up too much. We're seeing some indications here, maybe 45. We are, the radar beam is right down there, so we're getting a pretty good sample here. But overall, this could be a decaying segment of this northern tier of the thunderstorm energy here as it's about to cross the York and head over into Gloucester, some of those gustier winds there. Overall, we're having a lot of heavy rainfall, too, with the moistened up atmosphere. We're probably seeing 1 to 2 inch an hour rainfall rates. In fact, let's see what some of these rainfall rates may be in western portions of James City County. Just under 1 inch per hour, close to 1.5 inches per hour rainfall rates in here. But Evan, I mean, the real concern has been, and we've been highlighting this for the past couple of days, has been the threat of some gusty, damaging winds, possibly getting as high as 60 miles per hour. And earlier today, it was howling out in western parts of the state.
Yeah, it was. We've been tracking these storms as they work their way off the mountains, working their way eastward. And, earlier this afternoon, we had the severe thunderstorm watch. It was just issued for the Richmond area, then it was expanded into parts of the rest of Virginia. And there's a possibility that we could see it expanded even into North Carolina or a new watch, mainly because of these thunderstorms that are down here just between Durham and Greensboro and riding right along the state line. But you were mentioning, Tim, some of those storm reports. Here's a look at all of the reports, and I can just kind of box these off real quick, and you can see 65 different thunderstorm damage reports. So I'll just pick a few out of here. This one here near Victoria, tree down, blocking the road. Let's see, back here closer to Lynchburg, multiple trees blown down on 460 near Concord. Get up a little bit farther north up towards Waynesboro. Numerous trees, branches, wires blew down. And that's been the thing, Tim, you mentioned the number of power outages that we've seen, even around Richmond, Mechanicsville. Tree down on I-265. So that earlier this afternoon, that was about an hour ago, certainly creating some problems out on the roadways around Richmond. Tuckahoe, large tree down. So that's sort of been what we've been watching. And so not surprised that as these storms continue to move eastward that we have seen these warnings extended, most of them through about 7 o'clock, and that big threat, as you mentioned, Tim, with some gusty winds. We'll take a look at this line down here in Sussex County that's approaching Waverly and Littleton. And that's actually going to impact the National Weather Service office there in Wakefield at the Virginia Diner as well. Some of those wind speeds there, getting close to 50 miles per hour. And while that's probably not going to pull down or knock down most trees, that will bring down maybe some larger limbs, which could, of course, cause some power outages, which we've seen across much of western Virginia as we've gone here through this afternoon. Crossing the James River right now, around Surrey County, into James City County, we do have that very heavy rain that is moving in. We haven't seen any signs of hail with these storms. We didn't think that hail was going to be a big factor. There may be a little bit of hail there with that one storm that is showing up. Let's see. We'll get that right there. There in Sussex County, pea-size hail there with that storm. And you can see that's where we're seeing some of the darker colors in there. And we'll take a look at some of those wind speeds again, 47, 46, getting close to 50 miles per hour. So certainly a strong thunderstorm, bordering on that severe criteria. And as far as any kind of shear out there, which is what we would look at in case there was any kind of rotation, not seeing that. We knew that even the tornado threat would be pretty low here across our neck of the woods. It was a little bit higher up through northern Virginia. We'll take a look at that as well. As far as that tornado threat, again, fairly low, only in that 2% category. The hail was in the lowest category as well. But as we get into that wind category, that was the one where we were seeing, that 30% chance. So a 1 in 3 chance that anywhere inside this darker blue area, that within 25 miles, it would be a severe thunderstorm wind gust. So that seems to be coming to fruition, certainly as we take a look at those storm reports up around Richmond. And we have seen those reports of some of those gusts close to 60 miles per hour. As we get up into, southern Maryland, same sort of thing, 46 mile per hour gusts there at Patuxent River, 48, Chesapeake Beach. Again, this is getting up into the northern parts of the Chesapeake Bay, North Beach, 49. There's Patuxent River again, 39 there at Cove Point. So sort of the same setup as far as the thunderstorms up in northern Virginia as well. Those, now most of those storms have pushed out of the DC metro over towards Salisbury, Maryland, where they're also under that a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And the storms right along the Chesapeake Bay, extending all the way through Hampton Roads for about another 19 minutes. We have these warnings, and I imagine, Tim, by the time these storms get to the eastern edge of those warnings, they'll probably be extended to most of the metro, including Newport News, Hampton, Suffolk, Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Virginia Beach, certainly if the storms hold together. Yeah, and especially with the gusty wind reports that we're continuing to see pour into the National Weather Service office out at Wakefield. Just checked on the power outage numbers. We're at 225,000 outages now in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia, based off of these storms that have blown on through. You can see the power map there showing numerous outages, clusters of outages, especially off to the north and west of Richmond, where it blew on through within the last hour or so, and now it's closing in on Hampton Roads. Even though the wind component probably starting to come down a little bit, still the threat's there for some gusty, damaging winds, which is why we've got the severe thunderstorm watch up for all Virginia cities and counties for another over 2 hours until 9 o'clock tonight. Now, I will say Weather Service just put out a mesoscale discussion here that now does include northeastern North Carolina. And if you see back here, there is no watch up for northeastern North Carolina. This mesoscale discussion indicates that there's a 60% chance that they will add a new severe thunderstorm watch that would include northeastern North Carolina, extended right on through this evening. They haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but it's a possibility because, as Evan showed you, storms here that are well back off to the west, northwest of Raleigh, just blew on through Winston-Salem and Greensboro, are moving almost due east-northeast, so they would potentially impact portions of northeastern North Carolina. Again, you got 90 minutes probably until it gets there, and that's when we're talking really around sunset time, so they may be on a weakening trend. But regardless, we'll see what they do there in regards to pulling a warning watch for that area. Two severe thunderstorm warnings up here, up for another 18 minutes, encompassing pretty much from central Southampton
all the way up through Wakefield into Surrey, Sussex, portions of northwestern Isle of Wight County, up into James City County, York County, Williamsburg, Gloucester, and Matthews. All of these are set to expire at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Main hazard here, and you can kind of get an indication for this from the size of these warning polygons, wind gusts in excess of 50, 55, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour. I do want to draw your attention also to the lightning strike count. This is over the last 60 minutes. Now, I will say this has come down. It was over 1,000 just a couple minutes ago. So that number's starting to maybe come down a little bit. If that trend continues, that's usually a signal that precedes a weakening of the overall line here. So that would be some good news as it's set to drop in a south side within the next 60 minutes or so. But again, we're hovering over the last hour around 1,000 lightning strikes there. Very heavy rainfall. We did query some of those numbers that were up around an inch per hour, inch and a half in some of the strongest of the cells there. But this cell here looks to be the most robust. That's now entering western portions of Gloucester, far northwestern, Isle of Wight, James City County, north side of Williamsburg. Lots of lightning and thunder here just within this cluster. You see that number of lightning strikes over 330 here right over Holly Forks, Christensen's Corner, West Point, getting over into western Gloucester Courthouse in that particular area there with this warning as it moves on into eventually Matthews and central and eastern portions of Gloucester. Getting into Surrey County, you've got another heavier downpour here, pretty much straddling along the James River from Brandon down to Surrey itself, Surrey proper, Spring Grove, north of Carsley. Very heavy rainfall, some gusty winds in here as well. In fact, let's sample some of the winds. We're getting pretty close to the radar site here, so we should get a pretty good sampling. Not really. I mean, we're seeing some gusts here. Yeah, nothing really to write home about at all. Just some heavy rainfall. Could be some gustier winds mixed in, especially with the heavier rain pulling down some of those stronger winds aloft. But moving towards Chipokes and eventually the northern half of that headed right towards the city of Williamsburg within the next 15 minutes or so. Again, that cell's moving pretty quick at 50 miles per hour. Here's the NWS site. You can see where the radar beam is emanating from in Wakefield, and we've got Waverly getting hit pretty hard with some heavy rainfall, lightning and thunder, and maybe we'll get a better sampling here of some winds near the surface. Yeah, we're getting a good sampling here, maybe 45, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, possibly within this cluster that's right about to move over NWS Wakefield out there just to the southeast of Waverly. All right, on the southern half of the storm in the Sussex County, Littleton area, Howells Mill, West Hope, seeing some very heavy rainfall, lightning and thunder. You can see some bowing signatures here indicative of some gustier winds, but it looks to be we may be on a weakening trend here as it continues to drop on off towards the south. Lightning count here still hovering right around 1,000 strikes over the last 60 minutes or so. See some flashing up here to the north. Yeah, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just clips northern portions of Accomack County here. You can see this cluster that's about to move over the Chesapeake Bay, hitting Tangier Island, and then eventually getting into southern portions of Maryland and up into Delaware as well over the next hour or so. So it's just going to brush on through northern portions of Accomack with some gustier winds and very heavy rainfall for right now. Storm reports. Let's see, we got any new storm reports coming in here from our local area. No, nothing coming in yet from our western cities and counties. I'm getting some, let's see what we're getting here. Just that new severe thunderstorm warning up in Accomack. But that looks to be it right now, Evan. We're just tracking the heavier rain and some gusty winds. These two warnings set to expire in 14 minutes at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. Look at the lightning strike count now, just jumped up to 1,200 strikes in the last hour. So interesting.
Yeah, they're still holding together pretty good, and we've got some new warnings with the storms, again, just north of Raleigh. So I imagine that cluster of storms is going to hold together here as well. We'll show you again, we switch over to the Raleigh radar. So this is getting into areas just south of South Boston in Virginia. So it includes Durham, Granville, and Person counties in North Carolina. And then we've got another one over here towards Orange County. That's Chapel Hill. So as that cluster works eastward, if it holds together, it's going to take it a while to get to I-95, but we could see that watch. As Tim, you mentioned, the Weather Service is saying about a 60% chance of a watch being issued. That would include probably more of south side and northeastern North Carolina and would likely extend past that 9 o'clock hour. That brand new warning up along the eastern shore. Again, you mentioned Tangier Island, special marine warning, obviously, for the northern parts of the Chesapeake Bay. So this is moving off the northern neck and over across the Chesapeake Bay over towards the eastern shore. So it's a very large warning, includes all the way up towards Salisbury, Maryland, and there you can see the radar again coming out of Dover. They're around Robbins and Dover. And Lewis, you take the ferry over there towards New Jersey, the Cape May Lewis ferry there. So again, a long line of strong to severe thunderstorms. I'm going to switch over here a little bit, and this is going to add on all the different radar sites. And you can see that it is very much a line of strong thunderstorms. We had some severe weather that moved through New York City earlier, and all of the, I'll turn off the watch boxes there so you can see all of these warnings just a little bit better. In a long line of severe thunderstorm warnings in from almost southern New Jersey all the way through the Chesapeake Bay, interior south side and northeastern North Carolina. The main cold front is actually still out towards our west. This is more of a prefrontal trough that's moving through. The main cold front still hasn't gotten to West Virginia just yet. So, so we've got another line of thunderstorms that have popped up over the Appalachian Mountains, but right now we're focusing on these thunderstorms and the warnings that go for another 10 minutes. We'll have to see if the Weather Service decides to extend those warnings just a little bit longer because these storms still have a little bit of a punch with them. We've been tracking them. I haven't seen, too crazy strong winds, but certainly, wind gusts of 50 miles per hour. Haven't seen any hail with these storms. Maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail was reported a little bit earlier, but these storms aren't terribly tall. We talk about those cloud tops, and whatever reason that's not popping up right now, but we have, they're probably running about 30, 35,000 feet. Let's see if we can just do sort of that little cloud CAT scan and see what we're running. Yeah, the tops of them, again, about 30, 35, maybe getting close there to 40,000 feet. So these are not your big supercell thunderstorms that are producing any kind of, crazy, hail cores or anything like that. So again, they're not terribly large thunderstorms, and the winds likewise haven't been, reflective of that, getting up to the 60 or 70 mile per hour in that considerable damage category. But certainly these storms, have a history of producing severe weather and producing that damage. And there you can see a few more fresh lightning strikes coming in. So again, the biggest storm looks to be the one crossing the James River right now from downtown Surrey, getting close over to the power plant, moving through James City County, just getting ready to move into the historic center of Williamsburg. Already, the Colonial Parkway, First Colony, Hollybrook, just getting ready to move in there and approach Colonial Williamsburg, William and Mary. Then it'll cross over into York County, northern York County, over towards Portobello. And then we have that other little bit of a heavier thunderstorm, a lot of lightning with it, certainly, in Gloucester County from the courthouse up to Middlesex County into Saluda. So that's probably some of our biggest activity right now. Then we have the other thunderstorm that is moving through Surrey and Sussex County right now. And we'll have to see here in the next 9 minutes or so what the Weather Service decides to do with those warnings, and just checking.
Yeah, nothing new.
Yeah, Pleasant Grove, a tree down. That's up around Henrico, in Henrico County, Solomon Store, some trees down Dinwiddie. So again, these storms still have that history of producing damage, and that's why we have these severe thunderstorms, these warnings on them, Tim.
Yeah, and we've talked about how this was going to be the main hazard, gusty, damaging winds. Now, within these warning polygons here, the Weather Service is saying that storms are capable of producing up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts somewhere within this area. So we can use radar to kind of find out where the strongest winds may be found at this current time, and where we're honing in on some of the brighter shades of green and maybe some of the yellow shadings here. Those are higher returns on wind speeds within these severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's start off to the north here, where we're getting into James City County, over into Gloucester as well. Now, some of these wind gusts could be getting up and over 40 miles per hour. So we got 45 mile per hour tag there, and portions of Gloucester getting close to 50 miles per hour. Near Williamsburg, around 40 miles per hour. So severe criteria is getting into the upper 50s to around 60 miles per hour. Not seeing that getting validated here on radar at this time on this latest radar sweep. Could there have been some higher gusts? Certainly, and there likely was, just not getting picked up here on radar. Now going a little bit farther to the south, now the closer we get to the radar site, we'll get a better sampling of what the wind speeds may be verifying closer to the surface, because the radar shoots out at an elevation. The farther away you are, higher the altitude scan is. So we're close to the radar site out at Wakefield, and we're getting a good sampling here near Homeville, Littleton, over to Waverly, where you're seeing those brighter returns there. Now some of these wind speeds, let's see what we're clocking here, 40 miles per hour, again, below severe criteria, maybe 46 miles per hour, just due west of NWS Wakefield there. So wind gusts certainly a possibility here of being damaging in nature, getting up to 60 miles per hour. One thing also I'll show you here, we're not seeing on the velocity signatures, we're not seeing any couplets. A lot of times if there is a tornado threat, we would first look for the radar to be telling us that there's a couplet or a tightening up of winds moving in opposite directions or increased wind shear. And we just don't see that in any of these severe thunderstorm warned cells. Sometimes also the Weather Service will almost give us a little bit of a heads up that a tornado would be possible, is if they issue a tag related with the warning. And sometimes you'll see a red outline along this boundary here of the warning, which we don't have. So that's good news there. Mainly just some damaging wind gusts likely going to be a possibility here. Going forward until this is set to expire in 6 minutes at the top of the hour, and I haven't seen anything new on any reissuance of these warnings just yet. Here's a check on the radar lightning data here, up and over 900 strikes. But if we go back and kind of go to the home screen here and get a general gauge of the entire screenshot of lightning strikes, and in the last 60 minutes, we're just under 1,400 strikes. So that's not particularly surprising because we've got such a high moisture content, dew points in the 70s. Thunderstorms here are able to produce more of electrical charge when we've got a high moisture content due to the ice crystals forming with more moisture content available. So you're seeing that producing a lot of lightning in a lot of these cells. So regardless of that, that's a hazard in and of itself when you get them striking homes, striking trees, bringing those down, causing power outages in their own right. And on numerous occasions, we could see them igniting some house fires there. So 6 minutes now to go on these warnings here, dual warnings that are up. Both are moving between 35 and 50 miles per hour due east. So they are covering a good amount of ground over the last hour or so as they're moving into our far northwestern cities and counties that are under that severe thunderstorm watch for another 2 hours until 9 o'clock tonight. Also, you're starting to see these storms become a little bit more fragmented. We're not seeing a defined squall line here, as it was indicative earlier as it was moving through Richmond, and that brought about a larger wind, a more widespread wind threat. Not so much seeing that out there right now, becoming a little more fragmented, and cells getting kind of their own uniqueness to them as they build off to the east and eventually southeast here along this trough of low pressure, as Evan was mentioning, is not even the actual cold front. That's still well to the north and west and will sweep on through here without any fanfare later on tonight and switch up the wind direction. For now, it's just the trough of low pressure that's initiating the lift overall in the atmosphere when we've got an unstable air mass, plenty of CAPE available, convective available potential energy. That's just a fancy way of saying storm fuel. And these storms are taking advantage of that as they build on into northern areas, south side, northern portions of south side. So far has really been avoiding northeastern North Carolina, but you look due west, pretty much skirting right along the state line. We've got a cluster of severe thunderstorms here just northwest of Raleigh that are also hauling off towards the east. So if they do hold together, they could be arriving right around sunset 90 minutes from now or so, around 8:30 tonight in western portions of northeastern North Carolina, which is why the Weather Service is mulling over adding an additional severe thunderstorm watch to include northeastern North Carolina here as we get deeper into the evening hours. But again, all of the threat will likely rapidly diminish after the sun sets this evening. So that's some good news there. We haven't been tracking any hail cores across the entire area here. We go back closer to home. We don't see anything. Earlier, Evan was tracking a pea-sized hail core in central Sussex. That is dissipated, so it's just going to be frequent lightning, heavy rainfall, and the possibility of some embedded gusty winds. And you can see some wind gusts here are showing up in the Gloucester County, getting up in over 40 miles per hour. York, James City, Williamsburg, 40 miles per hour. Getting closer to the radar site at Wakefield and Sussex, maybe 30 miles per hour. So not seeing really pronounced widespread gusty damaging winds, at least indicated by radar. However, there have been plenty of storm reports here And we're starting to see a few of these trickle on in here just west of James City County. You can see these are two newer ones. Storm reports here of a tree down on John Tyler Route 5 in Charles City County, right along the James River there. So a wind gust took down a tree there over the roadway, over the highway. There was one right next to it, just off to the west in Brandon, just about 50 minutes ago. Another tree down on Sturgeon Point in Charles City County. So gusty, damaging winds certainly have already moved through those areas, and we are starting to see the storm reports trickle on in. In fact, check on the power outages. We're now around 210,000 outages in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. That's down from 230,000 just about 20 minutes ago. So they are restoring power. You know, after these storms blow on through, they can get out there and kind of make the repairs. But look at these clusters of downpours pretty much hovering right along the James River as these storms are diving to the south and east. So there's a look at the lightning count again. Let's see, we just got there's a new severe thunderstorm warning here. So the other one about to expire, they did, so this one's about to expire here to the west. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this same cluster of thunderstorms. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see. Since they're right on top of each other, it's a little hard to query them. 745 for Newport News, Poquoson, Gloucester, James City, Matthews, and York for, again, the same hazards here. Gusty, damaging winds up to around 60 miles per hour. So that has extended here the severe wind gust threat for another 45 minutes now until 7:45. We'll see if they follow suit down to the south here with this warning here that's set to expire right now, pretty much in 30 seconds. This warning here, the cell itself has not moved very much. This is actually kind of slowing down. Meanwhile, the northern tier of this is moving still. In fact, let's see what it was moving at. Now it's down to 40 miles per hour, so it has slowed down from 50 miles per hour to the east earlier. So we're seeing a general slowdown of the entire squall line here. But we'll see if we get a reissuance. Looks like they are allowing it to expire, but no new issuance, at least on that. So we are seeing a weakening generally of the southern portion here. So south side right now, Isle of Wight, over into Southampton, Surrey, South Surrey at least. These storms now look to be sub-severe with this warning. There it goes, expired at the top of the hour. We're left with one severe thunderstorm warning to the north here that does include a pretty large area for another 45 minutes, mainly for the damaging wind gusts for Gloucester, James City, Matthews, York, Newport News, and Poquoson. So this cell here is pretty much what it's warned for. And some of the wind reports on this, or the wind gauges from the Weather Service radar here, is showing some wind gusts possibly coming out of James City County and Williamsburg. Let's see, up to 45 miles per hour. Yeah, 40 to 45 miles per hour, at least indicated by radar here. So the possibility is there that it could get up to 60. Haven't seen any indication of that being what's happening just yet, but new severe thunderstorm warning up for that area. On top of it, just lots of heavy rain. So remember, we had today and yesterday that was dry. Before that, we had a lot of heavy rain earlier in the week and over the weekend. So ground is still relatively saturated. The sun angle this time of the year did do a good amount of evapotranspiration the last couple of days, so that did help to remove some of that moisture from the soil, but get a heavier downpour that's coming on through and slowing down as it does so could reintroduce some street flooding, especially on some of those vulnerable roadways there. Along 64 there, of course, as it pushes down to the southeast, it's moving into the construction zones there, so already vulnerable in terms of some ponding on roadways where the drainage basins are either blocked or completely cordoned off. So we'll watch this. The cell itself is just starting to move in to this warning polygon. And again, as we talked about earlier, the large nature of this warning indicates it is a gusty, damaging wind threat. And that looks right now to be the only threat here, aside from some frequent lightning and very heavy rainfall. We're not watching for any hail. We don't see any couplets in terms of a tornadic threat here. We don't see anything that indicates this storm is tightening on up and trying to form a funnel cloud or anything like that. So that's the good news there. Just watch out for some stronger wind gusts here, as this only severe thunderstorm warning that we have up for our area is still up for 45 or 43 more minutes, Evan.
Yeah, and I've been taking a look here at some of the cameras from around the area, and we've got a great shot here on our Thompson Creek Window Company Skyview camera, the one here on top of our tower. That's the thunderhead that we're looking at just off almost towards the due west, the storm that was out there in the Suffolk area. So again, a pretty nice look on that camera. And we can take a look here, another one. This is a different view with a different camera. I didn't get a chance to adjust that or spin that one around, but this is our camera that's on top of Nauticus. Maybe here in a break I'll spin that one around as well. So we take a look at downtown Hampton right now. You can see some of the higher clouds there off in the distance. And then as we head out towards the Virginia Beach oceanfront, of course, they're setting up for the music festival this weekend. I'm sure the folks who are out there setting up, it was a hot afternoon, and they'll be thankful for a little bit of a cooler day into the day tomorrow. Another view as we head up towards Newport News, LFCU camera there at Oyster Point. And again, we have seen, that camera really darken up over the last few minutes and back out towards the Virginia Beach oceanfront, towards the DQ. Obviously a lot of folks out there enjoying some ice cream there at the DQ because things, it has just really been hot out there as we've gone through this afternoon. As a matter of fact, air temperature's still in the 90s, but you can see where that rain has moved in, that rain-cooled air down into the 70s in Richmond and Petersburg. Williamsburg now down into the 70s, 91 degrees in Edenton, but you factor in that humidity and it feels like the upper 90s. That Edenton thermometer tends to run a little bit hot as far as the, feels like temperature or the heat index goes, but still, it is muggy out there. So I know a lot of folks, will appreciate some of those gusty winds that precede the outflow of a thunderstorm, and that'll cool things down a little bit. You can see that flashing down there just north of Raleigh. Just an update on that warning there.
Evan, I just want to cut in here real quick. They did pull the trigger on that severe thunderstorm watch for northeastern North Carolina. It's starting to populate on our graphics here, but that one is actually going to be up until 11 o'clock tonight. So to the north in Virginia, it expires at 9. To the south, when it fills in here in just a couple minutes, it will be expiring at 11 o'clock tonight. So now the entire area is under a severe thunderstorm watch through later this evening. And for the south, for the first half of the overnight, generally would expect, though, to see this line kind of weaken as it moves on through. But we'll see what happens here. We just have a lot of heat energy available. So we'll see if it plays out and carries on a little bit later, well past sunset this evening.
Yeah, so let's see. So yes, that is all of North Carolina with that, individual watch, that second one. So I didn't know if maybe they would try to include a few Virginia ones in that until 11 o'clock. But based on those big thunderstorms just north of Raleigh, it makes sense that the warning for the watch for North Carolina would extend a little bit later on into the evening. So back to that, we do have that one other cluster of thunderstorms moving through the Chesapeake Bay, just clipping Tangier Island over towards Smith Island, Crisfield. You have to take the boat out of Crisfield or Onancock or up along, I forget where that is, over Tappahannock, I believe. You take the boat out to get over towards Tangier Island. But extreme northern parts there of Accomack County, around Bullbeggar and Saxis, Horsey over towards Signpost, you're under that warning with that one thunderstorm that is getting ready to move onshore. And let's see what, some of the wind estimates are. Like a lot of these, upper 40s to around 50 miles per hour. That seems to be, the trend with these storms, getting close to that severe criteria, which is why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we have that one other warning. The part of the storm that is in Gloucester County and Matthews County, especially in Middlesex County, that is looking just a little bit weaker. It's the heavier part of the storm that right now is around Busch Gardens Grove over towards Williamsburg, getting ready to cross the York River over into Gloucester County as well. And then we have another heavier thunderstorm in Surrey County, right around and Sussex County, right around the National Weather Service office. That is not severe. There was a warning on it a little bit earlier. That was allowed to expire as of 7 o'clock. Then we have that one warning down just north of Raleigh. So as those storms work their way eastward, we'll have to watch and see what happens with those, if those warnings continue as the storm crosses 85 and heads over towards I-95 and off towards the north. You can see up towards Dover, getting up towards Atlantic City. Got more severe thunderstorms up there and even up into areas around Altoona, Pennsylvania. So we're not the only ones dealing with some of these thunderstorms. And as we look out towards the west, things are quieting down. There is another line of thunderstorms crossing over the mountains right now around Roanoke and Radford, up towards Lexington, Stanton, Charlottesville. Certainly not as heavy or as strong as the storms that we're seeing here moving through the coastal plain. But that main cold front that's going to slide through and give us a one-day break in some of this hot temperatures, that still has to cross the area a little bit later on tonight, Tim.
Yeah, looking back into the wind speed, potential here within that severe thunderstorm warning up in portions of Gloucester, Matthews, York County. Getting some radar indications here that we're seeing the winds up and over 50, close to maybe 60 miles per hour in York County, crossing the York River, getting into southern portions of Gloucester County, and even up towards Matthews as well, getting some wind gusts that could be up and over 50 miles per hour. So this is why that severe thunderstorm warning is up, and pretty much along into the northeast of I-64 there, we're seeing a kind of a lobe of some of the gustiest winds coming right down the York River. Pretty much. And of course, the enhancement of the wind gust when it's moving over water tends to add a little bit to it. So wind gusts there could be approaching some of the highest we've seen so far, maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour. Rainfall pretty heavy on this one as well, moving towards Gloucester Point. You can see plenty of thunder and lightning just within this window that we're looking at here. We've got 260 strikes, lightning strikes over the last hour. Down to the south here, this is what's left of what was a severe thunderstorm warning cell in Surrey. Getting on right along the county line of Isle of Wight down into Southampton, right over Wakefield, Sussex. Heavy rainfall there, lightning and thunder too, maybe some gusty winds, but coming in below severe criteria. We were talking about how the severe thunderstorm watch has now been extended to include the entire area, with the exception of Dare County. They are not included in the severe thunderstorm watch. Northeast North Carolina, it's up until 11 tonight. To the north of the state line, Virginia's watch is only up until 9. Why is that? Okay, well, if we look at radar here, you can see that there are two distinct clusters of thunderstorms. One that's causing issues right now, flaring up the severe thunderstorm warning here, that's pretty much north of Emporia, streaking north up in Accomack County along the eastern shore. And then there is a notable break in any action that's pretty much from between 85 and 95 from South Hill to Emporia. Not much going on here. A cell here just southwest of Stony Creek. Maybe that's the sign of this line beginning to start to fill on in. We're still about 90 minutes out from sunset, a little less than 90 minutes. So there's still sun energy, daylight heating taking place here. But down to the southwest, even farther down 85, getting towards Durham, Raleigh, Greensboro, a cluster of downpours here just north of Durham. Severe thunderstorm warning on this as it presses towards Henderson. And if you look at where it's moving, it's pretty much moving due east at 40. So let's put a storm track on this and see when it may arrive, if it's moving, if it maintains a due east movement. East at 40. When it could potentially make it into parts of our viewing area. So Emporia around 8:44, so a while, an hour and a half from now. Ahoskie, if it does hold together, be looking at some 9:30-ish arrival time for you. Potentially some strong storms from this secondary cluster that now is situated along and west of I-85, north of Raleigh-Durham, on an eastward trajectory here over the next couple of hours. Roanoke Rapids, if it does make it to you, around 8:30 tonight. So we've got two distinct clusters here. This one that looks to be dwindling and almost beginning to move out of our area. I mean, this cluster here that's just north of Williamsburg over Gloucester, moving east, headed for the Chesapeake Bay. To the south, plenty of thunder and lightning in Surrey and northern Isle of Wight, just to the northwest of Smithfield. Very heavy thunder and lightning there, but non-severe. It certainly is still a strong thunderstorm with some gusty winds in the mix there. And then we also have our northern portion of Accomack County getting clipped by another severe thunderstorm warning here. And if you look at the placement of that cell, I mean, it's just barely going to move. It'll move north of Chincoteague and pretty much just pass right on by there and in the southern portions of Maryland, too, and Delaware in the next couple of hours. Look at how many warnings there are to the north there. Any more storm reports that have come on in?
A brand new warning with that storm down across North Carolina, the one you were mentioning.
Oh, there we go,
Getting to the edge of that warning box, and now it's been expanded all the way towards Halifax County and I-95 through 815.
Yeah,
so
that's a long duration severe thunderstorm warning, over an hour.
Yeah, you usually don't see them quite that long. About 45 minutes is usually the max, but just based on the storm, the tradition of it or the path of it has been holding together. It's going to move right along that state line, so it's going to go right through Curdam and Lake Gaston.
And this is an interesting change here. So when we just queried that other warning that's still up, just to the west, it was moving at 40 miles per hour. With this latest warning, they say the storm is moving at 55. So it is now hauling. So that kind of throws out the door the storm track we just had. We were progging it at 40 miles per hour. So let's put a brand new track here at 55 and see when it could be reaching portions of our area. So we're looking at Roanoke Rapids now about 30 minutes earlier, just ahead of 8 o'clock in the evening tonight to Roanoke Rapids, so along the I-95 corridor by that time. Murfreesboro at 8:36, and then Ahoskie at 8:47. So that's about 15 minutes earlier than originally depicted there, and nearly 9 o'clock if it does hold together out at Gatesville. So again, that's for this line here that now is quickly taking over the priority of probably the strongest cell in our general region right now, as we're seeing a nice gap off to the north and east. And then this cell pretty much has a clear runway due east for untapped atmospheric energy. No storms have moved through this area yet, and we're still about an hour and 15 or so away from sunset, so still plenty of daytime heating out there. And as Evan was showing, air temperatures are still, well, in fact, let's look at these air temperatures. They're still way up in the upper 80s in northeastern North Carolina, 90s still out at Norfolk. But look at the rain cool there. You love to see that. 74 now out at Williamsburg. We're the upper 70s at Newport News, Wakefield down to 74, where it's still dry, 89 at Wakefield, 90 over at Suffolk. But I bet you those dew points are super high. 74 dew point out at Williamsburg. Whew! Very, very muggy out there. Roanoke Rapids, 77. So again, this corridor of high moisture content, plenty of fuel. We'll see what that that cluster of storms does. It may have a very pronounced gusty wind structure there, and that's what they're really warning for right now, is for the possibility of max wind gusts at 60 miles per hour. Has there been any storm reports from this one so far? No, none yet. But there were some here when it blew on through Greensboro. So we do have some there. Let's see, a downtown area, tree blown down, Winston-Salem, tree blown down. So plenty of trees coming on down with the gusty winds that were associated with that cell as it moved through, let's see, the last 2 hours here. Yeah, you can see it just blowing on through Greensboro, coming out of Winston-Salem. It almost had a little bit of a bowing signature there. Yeah, much more of a bow, backwards C here. Blowing through Winston-Salem, so that had the gusty winds as it hit Greensboro and brought down some trees, as reported so far along Interstate 73 over to 85, moving pretty much due east through Burlington now. And where it currently is, you can see it's a little bit more spread out. It's not as narrow. It still has that bowing signature here as it moves along I-85. So certainly still some gusty, damaging winds, which is why the warning was initiated well ahead of it even arriving. As it passes over 85 and heads towards I-95. You notice the warning ends, though, right up along the border with Northampton and North Carolina, as it's coming out of the Raleigh Weather Forecast Office to the Wakefield area of responsibility. So we'll see if they carry it over into Northampton County here. As we get closer to when that is set to expire, which is an hour from now, Evan, long area to cover here.
Yeah, and we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning up along the eastern shore. We've been watching that thunderstorm coming off the northern neck now, and we have that brand new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Northampton County and Accomack County. That goes until 9 o'clock tonight. Same sort of thing, 3/4 inch hail. We haven't seen too much of that, but that same idea of 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. It's moving to the east right now at 40 miles per hour, so we'll give you a little bit of a different look on that, get the lightning off of it. And getting a little bit of a bow with that storm there coming out of the Chesapeake Bay, working its way eastward. So as we track that, you know, right now, again, it's obviously in the water, but it is going to work its way north and east. So that'll bring it around Craddockville around 7:39, Exmoor 7:42, Accomack County Courthouse around 7:48, Melfa 7:49, and Onancock around 7:51. And one of the things you watch, we haven't seen any kind of rotation or any signs of rotation, but sometimes when these storms get out over the open waters, it's not out of the question that they could try to spin something up. And as we take a look, this is far away from the radar site. So we're seeing up pretty high. So we're getting these wind speed indications of nearly 70 miles per hour. That might be a little bit off base just because we are so far away from the radar site that we are getting up pretty high up into the atmosphere. So some of those winds might not be translating towards the ground, but certainly along the eastern shore, the Chesapeake Bay coastline of the eastern shore, northern Northampton County and Accomack County, be aware that we've got a big thunderstorm that is getting ready to come on shore. That is going to bring with it some strong gusty winds and quite a bit of lightning, and certainly some heavy rain as well. Some of these rainfall rates, that's pretty intense once you get over 3 and 4 inches in an hour. And I don't think, so we'll check, yeah, there's no kind of hail signature, so that's all pure heavy rain. Maybe that high up there might be some hailstones that are melting before they reach the ground, but certainly a pretty big thunderstorm approaching the eastern shore. Then we have that big warning that is just outside of our area coming along the state line.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this cluster of cells as they move over the Chesapeake Bay, moving at 45 miles per hour. So it's going to close that gap here probably in the next 15, 20 minutes. And then that gust front will hit the western shore of the eastern shore, the Chesapeake Bay side, here within the next 30 minutes. The warning itself is up until 8 o'clock. So a long duration warning here on this one as well, over 40 minutes long. Lots of lightning and thunder. You see just within this window. We're looking at 950 strikes here. This warning is for northern tip of Northampton and over in Accomack County, again, as I mentioned, until 9 o'clock tonight. Not currently being impacted by this cell, though. It's still coming out of portions of Matthews County, where it's not currently warned. So it's expected to strengthen a little bit as it moves over the bay. And as Evan was mentioning, we're starting to get some signatures of some pretty gusty winds here. Let's go back over to this. Close to 70 miles per hour. Again, as Evan was talking about, we're shooting pretty high up into the storm. We're pretty far away from the radar base down at Wakefield, so this is sampling a little bit higher up, but usually when these storms move over the lower friction areas, like a body of water, where you see the wind gusts tend to go up, and sometimes they have a little bit more of an easier time of starting to tighten on up and rotate. So we can kind of get a feel for that here on our other. You can kind of start to see, there are winds moving in opposite directions here in close proximity, so maybe it's starting to rotate a little bit. That could raise the concern for possibly a waterspout as it gets closer to the Chesapeake Bay side of Accomack County here, well to the west of Exmoor, as it moves across the bay in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Again, the cell itself is moving at 45 miles per hour. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning here down to the south. This one is up until 7:45, so another 25 minutes on here, and this is looking a little bit more disorganized. The main cluster here where we're seeing the gustiest of the winds near White Marsh, Gloucester Point, Gloucester Courthouse, over to Matthews, some heavy rainfall. No hail coming up on any of these, but it's just going to be the gusty wind threat here. That's been the main hazard. That's what we've been expecting here to be the main hazard. And then crossing the James, heading in Surrey, Isle of Wight, county lines there. The remnants of a severe thunderstorm warning there, too, that now just has some gusty winds and some heavier rain, all non-severe in criteria, eventually heading towards the Smithfield area. But just plenty of lightning and thunder here. In fact, let's go back to the home view.
Yeah, it's gone up.
Yeah, 1,400, almost 1,500 strikes now. So, and a lot of that's probably coming from what's off to the southwest there, out in the Raleigh area, where this cluster here itself it's producing, 400 strikes, so not a ton on this particular cell, about 400. But off to the north and east here, lots of lightning over the Chesapeake Bay right now. Let's see that camera. Which camera was that you were showing, Evan, that had nice view? Okay, so there's...
Yeah, I moved the Norfolk camera a little bit. So.
Yeah. It was looking nice earlier. It was highlighted by the setting sun. Hampton, got some nice view there. Ocean front, still nothing, nice and quiet for you. And let's see. Oh, wow, look at all the folks out there at the ocean front. Having a grand old time.
Yeah, we've got the rain coming down there at Newport News now.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, we're coming up here in about 2 minutes. We're going to jump on into commercial break on Wheel of Fortune to just do an update on air. So what we can do, Josh, well, let's just throw up radar until we go to that cut, and then we'll jump back in here on streaming. And a good Thursday evening, folks. Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandajis here with you. I wanted to give you a quick update here on our severe thunderstorm watch that now does encompass our entire viewing area. Virginia cities and counties, that watch is up until 9 o'clock. They did just recently issue another severe thunderstorm watch that includes all of northeastern North Carolina. That will be allowed to expire at 11 o'clock tonight. So the next several hours could feature some strong to severe storms. For right now, most of the action is well to the north. Tons of lightning and thunder. Look at the lightning track here. Nearly 1,500 strikes over the last hour. A noticeable gap here, though, as we get into southern Surrey over to Roanoke Rapids, but there's more brewing off to the west there. And this one here is firing off a severe thunderstorm warning that's now just been kind of lopped off a little bit. Newport News, Poquoson, Gloucester, Matthews, York. This is up until 7:45, so about another 30 minutes or so. And it is moving pretty quickly and is going to be out over the Chesapeake Bay here over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Main hazard, as we've been talking about, has been the threat for gusty, damaging winds here, and that's exactly what we expect over the coming hours or so. Off to the north, we've got a separate severe thunderstorm warning here that's up for all of Accomack County, northern portions of Northampton, and that's for this cell that's now transiting the Chesapeake Bay, and there could be winds here up to 60 miles per hour once it hits the eastern shore within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. Myself, meteorologist Evan Stewart, are on 13 News Now Plus, continuing to stream these warnings. Join us back over there. All right, folks, we're back. We just jumped over on to the TV side to do a quick little update on a commercial break, and now we're back over here on 13 News Now Plus, streaming what remains of our warnings that are mainly situated well to the north in the peninsulas and the eastern shore. A noticeable gap in any activity through all of Southside and northeastern North Carolina for the moment. Now, the entire area, though, is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Virginia cities and counties here up until 9 o'clock. To the south, brand new severe thunderstorm watch in the last 30 minutes. Until 11 o'clock tonight, and that is mainly due to what's brewing out by Raleigh-Durham. And you can see here there's a very large severe thunderstorm warning. Well, it just covers a large area here going east of this cluster of storms here that ripped on through Winston-Salem, Greensboro, just north of Raleigh and Durham, that has had a history of producing some very gusty winds. We saw several reports of tree damage here. It is not in our area yet, not within the next hour. But if it holds together as we get past sunset, we're about 60 minutes out from sunset tonight. If it holds together, we could see another line or another cluster here of damaging winds coming along some severe storms as it moves into Northampton in North Carolina, and then eventually in Hertford and Gates as well, moving due east. It's moving at around 55 miles per hour now, so it is covering some ground, and it should make it into our area by around 8:30 or so. So we'll have to monitor this and see if there's a weakening trend or not. But just within this general area, look at the amount of lightning strikes over the last hour. We're over 500 lightning strikes here. And going back out to the bigger picture here, the lightning strikes across the entire area still hovering around 1,400 or so. And this has been slowly ticking upwards over the last 30 minutes or so. Generally, we look at that for a signal of a weakening trend. If we start to see that number tick downwards and that trend continuing for a prolonged period of time, we've seen it kind of ticking upwards. So these storms are holding together. I mean, it's just been so hot, so humid the last couple of days. There's ample amounts of energy here. And being still an hour out from sunset, we've got the sun and the daytime heating really still working and in play here. But really two sections, one to the north and northeast here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Accomack County, Northampton, and then portions of the Middle Peninsula there until 7:45, another 20 minutes on that warning, and then this one here down until I think it was 8:45 on that warning here down to the south that could potentially eventually impact northeastern North Carolina. Yeah, until 8:15 actually. So 45 more minutes on this warning until it gets right on the doorstep of the Wakefield office's area of responsibility here. This warning is actually issued from Raleigh. the Raleigh forecast office there. So that's the latest going on there. Evan, do we have any more storm reports that have come on in? I know winds have been the big problem, but not a whole lot going on in our immediate area.
Yeah, we've gotten a few. We've gotten one up from the weather flow station in Poquoson, a wind gust of 48 miles per hour. Then we have one up along the eastern shore up at Silver Beach of 48. And then just starting to get in some of these damage reports here in Sussex County. Again, mostly trees down. That's what we've seen these storms have a history of doing. Tree down on State Road 626 near Virginia 35. That was around 6:30, and then getting close to Interstate 95 in Owens, a tree down on I-95 near mile marker 24. So that was about an hour ago. So, you know, as those storms move through, they did produce some damage there. So, again, we've got those two warnings here in our viewing area. The first one that goes for another 15 minutes. That includes parts of the peninsula. And, you know, we're starting to get, there's still some of that darker red here from Oyster Point up towards Stony Brook Estates. Let's take a look at our Skyview camera there in Oyster Point, and we'll be able to see, we got that rain shaft off in the distance. Doesn't look like it's raining right there live right now at our LFCU camera there at Oyster Point and Newport News, but certainly, you know, we are seeing that heavy rain just off there in the distance, and seeing those dark clouds moving into downtown Hampton as well. This is our camera there at the Virginia Air and Space Science Center, and as we take, just caught a nice little lightning strike there on our Skyview camera. This is our camera on top of the tower here in Norfolk. I'm looking almost due north, so or northwest really, and because we saw the sun setting a little, or close to sunset a little bit earlier, and you can see those rain shafts that are coming down. Some of the, you know, heavy rain that is coming down right through there. So we can get back over to the radar with that and kind of give you an idea of, you know, how far we're looking. You know, because we're all the way down here in downtown Norfolk, so we're looking at these storms up the James River and over towards Newport News, Cliveden, Red Hill Village, Menchville, again, close to the airport. And that's going to eventually move into areas around Poquoson, Dandy, Seaford. Already seeing that heavy rain just starting to move in. Finally clearing out of the Yorktown area now. And still got that very heavy rain through Mobjack Bay over into Matthews County, under that severe thunderstorm warning for another 15 minutes. So that includes Beaverlet and Moon down towards Perry and Bayvon Beach. And then we have that one thunderstorm. You know, the Weather Service put up that severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern shore pretty early as the storm is just starting to make its way on, getting close to making its way onshore. And as we've been watching those winds, and this is pretty high up for the radar, you know, we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, you know, even close to 70 in a few spots. You get out over that open water, you have less friction, and that can get those winds blowing just a little bit stronger as that storm is moving through the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. Not much south side, and south side might not get much as we go here through the remainder of the evening, because it's sort of doing this split that we typically see. It's not uncommon to see this split here, storms to the north and to the south. And, you know, Tim and I were talking a little bit earlier. We had some big thunderstorms up around Washington, D.C. Did that rob some of the energy? And now it's sort of transitioning down to the southern part of the storm, where we do have still the very warm temperatures and those dew points. Again, very, very high around Roanoke Rapids in the upper 70s. That one looks a little suspect, although Manio has a dew point of 77. So that, what does that mean? That means it's just very, very humid. There's a lot of energy for these thunderstorms to work with, to develop, to intensify, or certainly maintain their strength as they work their way right along the state line. And, you know, through Kerr Dam and Lake Gaston, going to see some of that very heavy rain coming in here in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, Evan, I just got to check on the power outages. We're still hovering over 200,000 outages across the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. Now they seem to be concentrated in central Virginia and eastern Virginia, up into the peninsulas there. Still have a fair number coming in from north side Virginia, too, with some storms that moved through earlier in the afternoon up there, but things have quieted down. Look at the clusters of outages pretty much all around Richmond Metro, and kind of moving their way off to the south and east there as well. Let's go back over to radar, because I want to bring something to your attention here. We have that noticeable gap in activity that's from that cluster to the north and the storms that are in North Carolina. Take note of this. Do you see this kind of very narrow line of what looks to be some light showers? Well, this is what we call the outflow boundary. Okay, and what happened here were these storms that actually were warned earlier that were much stronger have collapsed. And the downdraft hit the ground, hit the surface, and shot out in all directions. Sometimes that outflow boundary is strong enough that it can loft some dust, some debris, some leaves into the air, and it gets picked up by radar. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because I would watch for Suffolk over in the Newport News area, maybe coming out of Isle of Wight, for some storms to start developing here. Sometimes these act as a mini cold front. They are a trigger mechanism. They dig on the wind that comes out, digs in under the warm, humid air at the surface and forces it to rise. So I'd watch, and especially up here, you see the flare-up of lightning strikes? That could be the beginning stages. It's not precipitating yet, so we're not getting any radar returns, but lightning is getting detected. So probably some storms developing right over Newport News right now and over towards Hampton that are about to start producing rainfall. All along this line, I'd watch for some development out by Franklin into Southampton, Isle of Wight, and eventually into Suffolk here. We could see this line that right now is bare and void of any activity begin to start to fill on in. Now, to the south and west, we've got this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning here for this cluster of angry-looking cells here that's now rolled right over I-85, Henderson, north of Wake Forest, north of Raleigh, that's hauling to the east at 55. Covering a lot of ground here. Will close the gap between 85 and 95 within the next hour. This warning is up until 8:15 and then will likely be extended into our viewing area in Northampton County in North Carolina and eventually Hertford and possibly even into Gates County as well if it holds together. We are closing in on sunset now within an hour's time. So will it hold together? Probably. It's moving in an untapped atmosphere out ahead of it to the east, so it's got plenty of fuel available here, even well after the sun goes down, to maintain its intensity for at least a couple more hours. So we'll see that. This is still going to be a damaging wind threat. Okay, and that's pretty much been the history of what it's been producing. Not seeing much. Well, in fact, that's probably just an anomaly there. We do maybe have a little bit of some twisting right here near Warrenton. That's going to be something to watch here. And maybe let's see what it looks like on the radar. Maybe a little bit of a notch there, but not seeing anything right over in here. Maybe a little bit of a notch there trying to develop, but not seeing anything. And we'll see. We'll have to watch that. It's not in our viewing area, but it could be something that may spawn some sort of warning additionally from the Raleigh Weather Service office. In our immediate area, though, it's just these two warnings here. This one cell is now about to move on shore to Accomack that was producing some pretty gusty winds. Radar indicating 50, 60, close to 70-mile-per-hour winds right over the Chesapeake Bay, moving on to onshore to Accomack and Northampton County along the eastern shore. Again, this is very high up. Most likely not verifying at the ground this strong, but certainly could still be around 60 miles per hour, which is severe criteria. So watch for some trees to be down, watch for some power outages to be a problem here as this cell, again, moves over the bay and is now approaching and moving over land once again, which is why this warning was issued here well in advance of this even getting anywhere close to Accomack County. So plenty of lead time here in Exmoor over to Keller, Onancock, just north of Bird's Nest. Eastville not in the warning now, but still going to get some downpours coming in off this cell that's moving out from portions of Hampton. Matthews over to Gloucester, crossing the bay now. This is also a warned cell that's set to expire here within the next 10 minutes at 7:45. So this warning here, just in the last couple minutes of being active, with still max wind gust potential here of 60 miles per hour. And again, as I mentioned, going to watch really what happens here along this gust front, this outflow boundary that's right along the city of Suffolk and Isle of Wight County line, moving its way to the south and east. That may initiate some further storm development here. We'll see. We've already got lightning being produced here over Newport News and Hampton, so the cell has yet to produce precipitation, but maybe producing thunder and lightning. So something to keep our eye on.
Yeah, Wakefield kind of filled the gap on that one warning in North Carolina. You were talking about how it goes up to Northampton, to Halifax, and doesn't include Northampton County, North Carolina, because they're two separate weather offices, and they talk to each other, they communicate. So they kind of filled in what should be the rest of that warning, because that goes into the Wakefield coverage area. So that's Greensville County, Northampton County, North Carolina. It's still till 8:15. So just kind of like putting pieces of a puzzle together. They just kind of completed that whole picture of that warning, Tim.
Yeah, 55 mile per hour to the east. So it's hauling. Let's put a storm track on it. see when it will arrive in portions of our area. 55. Okay, so getting towards Roanoke Rapids right around 8:15, so about 40 minutes. So it's moving pretty quickly. 55 is a very high speed for forward movement here. Rich Square, a little over an hour lead time. South Rosemary around 8:11. So pretty good amount of lead time here as it's moving due east at 55, eventually getting into Northampton County, North Carolina, Hertford over into Gates as well. Still looking at it being, let's get a check on that suspicious signature that we saw here. It doesn't look too bad anymore. There may be a little bit of spin initially on the gusty winds, on the gust front there. But aside from that, this looks to be kind of consolidating right along the state line for the strongest of it. So headed towards Clarksville, or really right over Clarksville now, excuse me, and heading due east over 85 and then eventually moving towards I-95 Roanoke Rapids here. About to get active for you in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I've been watching that storm as well. Not a lot of shear, no hail. We had that one little minor report earlier of maybe some pea-sized hail back over Sussex County, but I haven't seen any reports of any kind of hail anywhere. Storm reports still seeing just, the same basic storm reports that we saw a little bit earlier through Sussex County from a little bit earlier around Owens and Booker, of a few trees down. Wind gusts have been pretty consistent into the upper 40s to around 50 with just about everywhere. The weather flow site there in Pocosin, same thing up along the eastern shore. So it's been pretty consistent with those wind gusts. The tree damage has been fairly consistent, not numerous trees down, but as these storms move through, a couple of trees, maybe some trees that weren't quite as strong, that were a little bit weaker, being knocked over on some roadways, some power lines down. So we have seen some of that across the area or out towards our west. And that's why we still have these warnings up for these storms, because they have that history. And as they move eastward, we could see that impact here in the area. Notice on this home view, the lightning strikes have come down a little bit, about 100 lightning strikes. So some of that is likely with the storm that is over, now moving into the Chesapeake Bay, that is close to Seaford and approaching Pocosin, is moving off of Matthews County, is looking like it's weakening just a little bit. So we'll see if the weather, if it holds together, if we get a warning for southern Northampton County, certainly through northern Northampton County and in parts of Accomack County. We do have some very heavy rain coming on shore around Onancock, Coocheville, down towards Exmoor and Nassawadox. And then we have that southern part of the storm that is working its way in. I want to take another look here. Let's head up towards the peninsula in Hampton and certainly see that, some rain has moved in, some darker skies there along Settlers Landing Road at the Virginia Air and Space Science Center. As we move up towards Newport News, we should be able to see, some breaks in the clouds now, rain not coming down quite as heavily. We had a pretty good rain shaft off into the distance. And then as we head out towards the Virginia Beach ocean front, not looking too bad there, looking towards the south. And then as we head a little bit farther up towards the north, still a lot of folks right around the DQ and 17th and Atlantic, where again, we're not seeing the rain there just yet. So, and we might not see much rain out towards Virginia Beach this evening. As Tim was mentioning, we still have that sort of gust front that is coming out of those dying and decaying thunderstorms that, could kick up a little bit of something. We'll have to see. And then we still have the big thunderstorm that is back along Interstate 85. Yeah. That's the one that is going to be the one to watch a little bit later on this evening, I think, as it moves eastward, if it holds together. Yeah,
Evan, and looking at cloud top heights, we've got ourselves a chunker here. I mean, this thing, 47,000 foot altitude this reaches to. So this thing is just barreling on through. It is building up vertically. That's why it's so charged electrically. We have so much lightning associated with it. And you can see it right along the state line, which does coincide with what we're seeing on radar for the clustering of where it's strongest. Look at the cluster of lightning here right over that exact area where we're seeing the tallest cloud heights on it, as again, it's moving due east, pretty much straddling the state line, headed right for Roanoke Rapids. Again, damaging wind threat is going to be the main factor here, which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any tag on here for a considerable threat for some gusty winds. Likely this is going to be producing that. Down to the south, Lewisburg area, maybe some wind gusts, but probably the best threat will be right in this area here as this moves to the east at a pretty good clip. So you've already got storm motion at 55 miles per hour. Add in some wind gusts there, and that'll just accelerate the speed that those winds are moving in those areas. Not seeing, it's interesting too, with a cloud height of 47,000 feet, you expect to see at least some small hail. Nothing on here right now.
Especially with all that lightning, since they sort of go hand in hand.
And we'll see if the VIL shows up. It should fill in here in a second. Sometimes it takes a second to show up. There it comes. Let's see. Boom, boom. Yeah, so we got some pretty high VIL right here, right south of South Hill, just to the east now of I-85, northeast of Henderson. So we'll see if that does eventually formulate into some hail. At the moment, it's not.
Yeah, but you know, of all the storm reports, you know, I haven't seen a lot of hail reports.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I don't see any hail reports. Let's see, I can sort of do a quick little survey of this whole area. And heavy rain, lightning, thunderstorm wind, non-thunderstorm wind damage, 1 injury. But yeah, no hail reports from any of those storms to the north. As we go here towards the south a little bit more. Yeah, flash, you know, some flooding and some thunderstorm wind damage, but no reports of any hail inside this whole cluster of thunderstorms. I'm going to widen it out. You have to go all the way up into Vermont and New Hampshire to see any, it looks like, any kind of hail reports. So yeah, 457 reports, 5 hail. So
interesting.
You know, less than 1%. So not a lot of hail with these storms, which is certainly good news. We don't want the large hail either, but it is interesting that we're not seeing, you know, any hail despite all the lightning activity with these storms.
Yeah, that warning along the peninsula was allowed to expire, so it has now disappeared from the map. Josh, can you go ahead and pull up that sky view camera that's behind Evan? Look at the sun peeking out from that
downtown Norfolk.
That thunderstorm. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful imagery out there, making for some nice colors in our evening sky here across Hampton Roads. No rain so far out at Norfolk, but as we look on radar here, it's not all that far away. We've got some storms over Hilton Village right now, over to Newport News, over Hampton. Plenty of lightning well away from the actual cell. So we always talk about, you know, thunder roars go indoors, because if you can hear it, lightning can definitely strike well outside. I think it's like up to 20 miles outside of a thunderstorm cell, so it's dangerous regardless. Look at over the HRBT, thunder and lightning reported there near Hampton, over the Chesapeake Bay, the mouth of the bay there, Hilton Village, over the Monitor Merrimack, especially on the peninsula side there. Still watching for this gust front here, the outflow boundary, to maybe start producing some storms outside of anything that's been developing here. So this is going to be a focal point in the central northern portions of Suffolk here for possibly some development of some additional storms. They're not saying they're going to be severe, but the conditions are conducive for them possibly becoming severe. And this one is going to be our priority probably going forward. We only have one warning up in here in Accomack County right now for this cell that in and of itself is pretty strong or severe. I mean, look, it's spinning, but it's not a really tight couplet right now. Just to the west of Anancock, northwest of Keller, there's a new sweep. Look how fast it's moving, how much it's moved. It's very broad, very rugged too, and it'll be pushing offshore there. I think this is up until 8?
15,
yes,
yeah.
Until 8 o'clock, yeah.
8 o'clock, okay.
For some wind gusts there. So we'll watch that one, but really down to the south here, it's going to be the damaging wind threat. Look at this. Wow, look at this. There's a new sweep. Some wind gusts here. Could maybe be, that's nothing. Let's see if we're getting any better ones. On the leading edge here, 40, 45. So, I mean, this is coming from the Raleigh radar site, which is still pretty far to the south. We're probably equidistant between the Wakefield site and Raleigh with this particular part of the cell here, but it is moving due east, so it'll be moving into a better coverage area for the Wakefield radar site within the next half an hour or so. Okay, so they're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning in Accomack and Northampton, only up for another 13 minutes, so that's not unexpected. No warning in the peninsula right now, although we've got plenty of noise. Lots of thunder and lightning here. Very heavy rain over Bellevue Terrace, moving into the Hampton area. Wet evening right along the 664-64 split here at the peninsula before you head to the bridge tunnels. Pocosin area up in the southern portion of Gloucester Point. Some heavier rain still from some cells and some clusters moving over the Cape Charles area, southern and central portion of Northampton County along the eastern shore. Aside from that, south side, I mean, missing out, which is good. We don't really need the rain south side, but for now, at least south side looks to be quiet. Unless this fires up some storms, we'll probably go through the rest of this evening not seeing much in south side. It's going to be what may happen here with this cluster as it moves due east. So that's still yet to be seen, which is why that watch has been extended until 11 o'clock tonight, Evan. So for 3 more hours, we got to watch up.
And you were talking about not needing the rain. You know, every Thursday we get the drought report that comes in. So this is the new drought monitor from the National Weather Service. If you've been watching over the past few weeks, you know, there's been some stuff showing up, but you know, we've got a little bit of a moderate drought up here into Maryland, up around Baltimore, but for the first time in a very long time for me, that I don't see any part of Virginia that is even abnormally dry, or North Carolina. So all the rain that we had over the weekend, you know, has pretty much eliminated the drought situation here. And, you know, much of the East Coast is looking much better. Of course, you get out towards the Southwest, you know, southwestern Texas still dealing with those, with the drought condition. But again, you know, there's some very beneficial rain. While we had some issues with some flooding, it was fairly spread out over several days. So we had the opportunity for it to soak into the ground. That made things a little bit better, that we didn't get any kind of too terrible flooding with those storms as they move through, but certainly some beneficial rain that is helping the drought situation out. And we still have the couple of warnings out there, the one that runs until 8 o'clock for the eastern shore. That includes northern Northampton County from around Bird's Nest up towards Exmoor, and then you cross over the county line, Wachapreague, Nandua, Onancock, Parksley, Accomack County under that severe thunderstorm warning for another 10 minutes or so. And then our attention will turn to that southern storm that still somewhat impressive now as it is moving here along Interstate 85, and it's right really between Interstates 85 and 95. So that is going to eventually, you know, bring it here into Warren County. It's over, some of the heaviest of the rain there is in Warren County, North Carolina, around Macon. And that warning again goes until 8:15, and it also includes parts of Brunswick, Greensville, Mecklenburg, and Northampton County into Virginia. So those are really the 2 storms that we're watching. It's going to be interesting to see if the Weather Service decides to issue a new warning for Accomack County. Some of what I've been seeing looks like it's trying to, you know, just weaken a little bit. Let's take a look just here at the last 45 minutes, and I'll put it on, you know, some slow motion here so you can sort of see, you know, as it was coming across, we saw that bow, we saw some of the darker reds and the pink, not seeing nearly as much, you know, of those darker reds here. So looking like, you know, from that and even some of the lightning, that maybe this is weakening and might get just below that severe criteria, which would not would not need another new warning up along the eastern shore.
Yeah, and you know, checking out our lightning strike counter, we're down to like 1360. So that's down a little bit by about 100 strikes. So maybe that's a trend in the downward direction, though. We're starting to see some of it move out of the area, though, so that could account. Plenty of lightning and thunder here. This is a 30-minute rendering. Let's see what it looks like for 30 minutes. So we cut it in half, pretty much. 646 strikes over this entire window in the last 30 minutes or so. 2 distinct clusters, one well to the southwest, well west of Roanoke Rapids still, and then a few Warren cells that are up along the eastern shore. Well, just one Warren cell at this moment that's set to expire in 8 minutes in Accomack County. We've got what's left of another severe thunderstorm that the core of it, you can see how the lightning now is just located just offshore of Hampton over the Phoebus area, Pocosin. What's that Paradise Beach Club, right?
Yeah.
Hampton. So they were having a little beach party out there today. So likely had to evacuate the beach there with all that lightning in the general vicinity, but it is moving away off towards the east and eventually southeast. Plenty of rainfall with it as well. Rainfall rates, especially in this little cluster here. Let's see what radar indicates is some, we'll get 2 inches per hour. So that could cause some flooding in and of itself. Thankfully, it's moving at a pretty good clip, so it's not just sitting over northern portions of Hampton, over to Poquoson, headed towards areas like Hall Road, just to the east of Hilton Village there. So some very heavy rain, brief, but some very, very heavy rainfall within that. The remnants of what was a severe thunderstorm warned cell earlier. Seeing this storm here kind of close the gap and almost consolidate most of its energy. You can see that there's not a whole lot. This is still a 30-minute. Let's see. Yep, still a 30-minute. So not much lightning here on the southern part. Seeing it start to consolidate its energy into this supercell here near just north of Macon, right over I-85, south of South Hill, about to head in between 95 and 85 here. Headed towards Roanoke Rapids and eventually into Greensville County, over near Emporia. There's a new update here for you. And if I take the lightning off, you can see that it's definitely a wind threat. So we're right in between two Weather Service offices there. Let's see what winds we're getting sampled here. 40 to 50. But just overall, the orientation of this, once again, let me take you have the bowing right here. So very gusty winds. There's another radar scan here. It's covering a lot of ground. It's moving east at 55. So gusty, damaging wind threat here as it moves towards Roanoke Rapids here within the next, this warning is up until 8:15. So for another 20 minutes or so, we'll see if they reissue it or extend it. They'll probably extend it farther into Southampton and farther into Northampton County in North Carolina, over to Hertford and Gatesville, possibly, maybe even over towards Franklin, too, just how much advance notice they've been giving. When you take the lightning off, it doesn't look as impressive here. Let's sample it from Raleigh. Similar here, but again, this is going to be the area to watch right in here as it moves, pretty much straddles the state line over the coming hour or so. Still not seeing any development from this outflow boundary. That's still evident on radar. It just moved through the Bridgeport area over to Harborview in Suffolk, now over to Portsmouth, Churchill area, Western Branch. Some gusty winds likely kicking up there. We'll see if this does facilitate any development. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. We'll see. Farther west and inland, south of Petersburg, a few more just isolated downpours here beginning to fill on in, kind of feeding off of whatever leftover energy there is. But it's really down to the south here. So what we're going to do, we'll see at 8 o'clock what happens here, as if this gets extended or not. But the warning along Accomack County is set to expire at 8 o'clock. We'll probably take a break and reset, and then pop back on here if we see the warning get farther into south side or something like that. Sound good to you, Evan?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
We'll leave radar up and stream that. But this is set to expire in 4 minutes. So once that is expired, is canceled, and that cell moves offshore, we'll give it a little break to reset and watch this kind of off screen, how this develops and evolves here as it eventually approaches I-95. Still outside of our area, but the warning put out well ahead of it.
Yeah, and we'll let Josh, I'll let him know when we go to that, just use Max 3, and that'll be a good streaming radar that'll be up. And as Tim said, we'll continue to watch these storms, especially the one that is over North Carolina. That's the one that, poses probably the biggest threat now, especially if the storm over the eastern shore, it's showing some signs of weakening. It's going to be crossing over those barrier islands eventually and moving out into the Atlantic. There's still a good amount of population up along the eastern shore. You got a lot of farmland up there. Of course, Onancock, great fishing village. You can take the boat, again, from Onancock over towards Tangier Island and up towards Bluxom, and right there along Highway 13. Lots of great places to eat up there along the eastern shore as well. But again, we're not seeing the bright reds like we were when it was over the Chesapeake Bay. So as it crosses over Accomack County, it's going to move out over the barrier islands and out into the Atlantic here in about the next 15, 20 minutes. I'll turn on the light, 490 lightning strikes, so still a decent amount. And then we have that heavy part of the storm, that southern tip, as Tim was mentioning, right there around Fort Monroe, just outside of downtown Hampton. Can switch there and you can see things have cleared out quite nicely there in Hampton as things are drying out, but still right around Fort Monroe, you have that heavy rain that is going to be pushing out towards the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. Maybe, some gusts with that. That could necessitate a, maybe a slowdown or a wind advisory for the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. A couple other Storm reports, there's a new wind report there. Oh, we had that one earlier, Pocosin at 48 miles per hour. Around Rustic, tree down on John Tyler Memorial Highway. That's sort of been the trend, is, just these random trees that have been, sort of coming down on individual roadways around the area with some of these gusty winds, gusting at around 50 miles per hour. That's not widespread tree damage, but that is going to be a couple of trees, maybe a bigger tree limb, especially if it's a weaker branch or something like that, Tim.
Yeah, and check on power outages. We are now below 200,000, 197 as last report, most of which is Central Virginia, Northern Neck, Middle Peninsula showing a fair amount, and Gloucester. Gloucester coming in with 6,000 outages, Matthews about 2,000. Henrico County's got 37,000 outages there. Looks like, did we just get an update from the Weather Service here? Let's see. Nope, just special marine warnings. So the warning here up in the Eastern Shore, set to expire here within minutes. So once that expires, what we'll do, we'll jump off here. We'll leave radar up streaming, and we'll track things off air here to give us a little chance to reset. But coming up here in 30 seconds, we'll see that warning expire, and we'll continue to watch this one here. I'm going to kind of leave this up on the lightning tracker and put up 30 minutes. So we're at 375. We'll see if that number fluctuates either upwards or downwards to give us a kind of feel if this is going to maintain intensity. Again, it's really consolidated. There's no lightning here down to the south. So that part's weakening. Energy is getting robbed from here and getting taken up to the northern portion of this cell, moving towards Roanoke Rapids. So lots of lightning and thunder, 377 strikes here over the last 30 minutes or so. And it looks like that warning, we got a couple seconds before that warning expires, Evan.
Yeah, well, here we are, 3, 2, 1. It just disappeared, as you can see behind me. And yes, we'll continue to watch these storms as they work their way eastward. And should that one thunderstorm over North Carolina hold together, we'll be back. And as these storms, we continue to watch them. 9 o'clock, severe thunderstorm watch for Virginia, 11 o'clock in North Carolina.
All right, folks, we are back. Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandajis here with you alongside Evan Stewart. We're tracking some strong to severe thunderstorms. In fact, just one single severe thunderstorm warning out there this evening that we've been tracking as it emerged out of Winston-Salem and Greensboro a couple hours ago. Now it's worked its way into our area, providing a gusty, damaging wind threat is the main hazard here as it's rolling on through parts of Hampton Roads. Look at how large this severe thunderstorm warning polygon is. The latest on this warning itself, it's up until 9:30 tonight for Franklin, Suffolk, Gates, Hertford, Isle of Wight, Northampton and Southampton, and it is cruising. It's moving due east at 50 miles per hour. This is 1 hour radar loop that I have on the screen here. So notice how much ground it has covered. A closer look of where the warning is up. You're seeing a pretty well-defined squall line here that's moving through Murfreesboro, approaching Ahoskie over to Franklin, eventually about to get into far southwestern portions of Suffolk here, the leading line, some gusty winds. And of course, on top of all of that, lots of very heavy rainfall and still a significant amount of lightning out there as well. So we've got another 30 minutes to watch this as it builds off to the east. There might be even a north-northeast component to this, or east-northeast, I should say, at a pretty good clip. At this pace, it would clear our area probably by 11 o'clock tonight and move offshore and really kind of wind down. And, you know, we are 30 minutes past sunset, so we could possibly be seeing things will quiet down a little bit sooner than that. So with a storm track on this moving to the east at 50 miles per hour, here's a look at some of the areas that may be under the gun for some very heavy rainfall and some brief gusty winds. Suffolk itself, downtown area, right around 9:17, so about close to 15 minutes from now. Mittensville at around 9:26. Bear Quarter getting into Chesapeake and Wollaston around 9:30 this evening as it moves to the east of the Great Dismal Swamp. So moving pretty quickly out there. Now, there also was a pretty large hail core with this. If we back this up just a little bit, you can see as it moved just to the west of Conway, we had some signatures here. Let's see, near Fisons, Creeksville area, showing some hail. Oh, it's going to go back now. Okay, so we'll back this up. There we go. Right there, maybe a walnut-sized hail up to 1 inch in diameter. Briefly, it was just there and then gone, just to the northwest of Creeksville. But if we go to the current imagery of that, you can see it's really weakened as it's moving right to the west of Murfreesboro right now. In fact, this is coming in at just pea-sized or quarter-inch sized hail, moving due east and near Mapleton. So within that heavy rain, you may hear some pitter-patter of some small hailstones hitting the windowsill out there this evening. On top of that, just very heavy rain. Some of these rainfall rates near Murfreesboro are 2.5 inches per hour. So certainly coming down quite on the heavily side. So we're seeing some possibility of maybe some standing water on area roadways, 1.5 inch per hour rainfall rates just south of Murfreesboro there. But bigger picture here, I also want to bring to your attention is the severe thunderstorm watch that is up for our area has been extended or really kind of edited a little bit. Okay, to the northwest, the watch has come to an end. It's been canceled or expired at 9 o'clock. They canceled pretty much the entire watch, and then they added us into the watch that was added a little later on that goes until 11 o'clock. So that south side that's included in that, as well as northeastern North Carolina until 11 o'clock today. And we can see that radar, aside from that strong or that severe thunderstorm warning that's currently up, we do have more activity that is moving right through the Middle Peninsula, over to the eastern shore, crossing the bay. Still a significant amount of lightning out there. 30-minute queue on that is 500 strikes or so. So highly electrified storm still out there, Evan, and we'll just have to watch this one here as it cruises along the state line for some gusty, damaging winds. And as we saw in the last hour, maybe a little bit of hail in there, too.
Yeah, and that's the one thing we've been watching, and I've been also watching. This is our camera on top of the Jordan Bridge. You can just see a lightning strike that was there. Let's watch this just for a minute or two, because it has been a pretty active storm. We're right on top of the Jordan Bridge between Chesapeake and Portsmouth there. You can see another strike. So this is the Portsmouth side of the bridge, so we're almost looking due west. So we're looking towards that storm out towards Franklin. And again, every, about 15, 20 seconds or so, you'll see a lightning strike, and there's a little bit there. But there were some vivid lightning strikes not too long ago. So that storm continues to be very active in the lightning. I want to take a look at some of the storm reports because we have gotten a few more since we were last with you, especially in northern areas. We were tracking those storms moving through. So some of those wind gusts, we did have one there by Silver Beach at the Rappahannock Light Station there in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. of 72 miles per hour. And you might remember we were watching that storm and we had the velocity indicator on, and there were a couple of velocity indications there, close to 70 miles per hour. So there's more of a ground truth or a water truth report to that. Once it got closer to the coastline at Silver Beach, we had a 48 mile per hour gust, a little bit farther to the south, 41 there at Cape Charles. A couple of trees down in Eastville, a couple of trees down near Bluxom, and then up across the peninsula near Patrick Henry Field. So that would have been at Newport News Williamsburg International Airport, a tree down near the intersection of Oneonta and Old Denby Boulevard. So we head up towards Harris Grove, a tree down. I know there were some reported up around Williamsburg too. Lackey, tree down. Get up towards Williamsburg, tree down at the intersection of Richmond and Wellesley Boulevard. So that's up in Ewell around Williamsburg, Centerville. Wires down at the intersection of Bushneck Road and Jolly Pond Road. So certainly we had some pretty strong thunderstorms move through Yorktown at the Coast Guard base there. The training center, a 47 mile per hour gust. So that pretty much in line with what we were seeing. Wareneck, trees down up through Gloucester County, Panero, move up towards Pampa, tree fell down. So again, it's been spotty tree damage. Most of the wind gusts have been around 40 to 50 miles per hour. We did have that one higher gust close to over 70. And we haven't seen too many storm reports coming in out of northeastern North Carolina with that big thunderstorm and the warning that we're watching. Some of that might be because of the population centers. Certainly Northampton County, North Carolina is not nearly as populated as, say, Newport News is, and you don't have the residential density. So that's why we might not be seeing some of those reports coming in. But certainly here in Franklin, getting maybe some stronger winds. Nothing really showing up too terribly strong there on the radar. But again, there could be a little bit of some gustiness coming from that storm as it moves eastward now into southern Isle of Wight County, into Suffolk. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9:30. Maximum winds reported possible 60 miles per hour and hail just under an inch in diameter. So it's usually an inch in diameter that you start to see some of the more severe effects. And I think that is just sort of a legacy of seeing that track that was coming in of some of those hail sizes, as Tim was showing, as it was moving through Northampton County. We can sort of, this is sort of one individual hail picture. This is all of them put together sort of in a little sequence. So it kind of shows you how everything was moving. And there we did have that big, walnut size report or estimate by radar here. A couple of places near Fasons and Conway towards Milwaukee there, right just south of 158. As you work your way over towards Murfreesboro, notice that it really did start to lose some of that hail core that was being detected and estimated by radar. But still, western parts of Gates County, moving around the little community of Tar Heel and Rendleton, seeing some of that heavier rain just starting to move in. Wyandotte up towards Pittmantown, and then into western Suffolk. So not quite to downtown Suffolk just yet, but it'll probably be there in about another 10 minutes or so, and then a few other thunderstorms off towards the north. Not severe, but certainly a bit of a light show out there in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah, and this is just a very large warning, right? It's encompassing a large portion of Southside and Virginia and northeastern North Carolina. Again, as Evan was mentioning, this particular severe thunderstorm warning is up for another 20 minutes until 9:30 tonight. Main hazard here is going to be some gusty winds. We'll tell you, it's not really looking as defined for a gusty wind threat as maybe just a half an hour ago. We'll back things up here on radar. And you can kind of see that as it was moving towards Murfreesboro, it was a little bit more aligned like a squall line, okay? We had some bowing in here with some gustier winds. You fast forward to the current imagery on this, and it's a little bit more dispersed. So it's probably finding some gusty winds, maybe upwards of 50 miles per hour, spread out a little bit more, not along a defined line, really. As this continues to charge off to the east. In fact, an update on its speed. It's now moving east at 55 miles per hour. So let's put an updated storm track on this for us here on the squall line at 55 and see where it's going to move. It eventually, well, in the short term, it's going to move out of this warned area. So we'll see if they do extend it. Let's go all the way to the coast. And you can see areas like Gatesville coming up right on you in the next couple of minutes with potentially some gusty winds, some very heavy rainfall here as well. Bear Quarter as it gets into Suffolk in a little while. We're looking right around 9:30, so about a 20-minute lead time for you. South Mills at 9:38, 9:45 out at Moyock, Mapleton at 9:50, and then getting into Virginia Beach, Sandbridge area, Knott's Island, over to Water Lily in Currituck County. Looking around 10 o'clock or so. So we've got significant lead time here of almost an hour in some locations as it's pretty much moving due east. So there might be an east-northeast component to this, but overall it's trucking along at 55 miles per hour. Evan did mention that it did have a signature of some hail earlier. We're seeing that hail core now just setting up east of Franklin. When you see the purple shadings like this is maybe pea-sized hail, and this isn't accounting for melting. Okay, so it's falling from the cloud top, getting sampled by radar as pea-sized, but with it being so humid and so hot outside, this is likely not even probably verifying at the ground with it being so small. So pea-sized hail just to over Elwood area to Carsville, and we're talking in terms of diameter about a quarter of an inch. So not particularly a concern here. It's not damaging hail. We're not talking about golf ball size or anything like that. Aside from the hail possibility, the main issue here that caused any damage is going to be some gusty winds. Okay, and this is probably going to be the leading line here just to the west of Nerney. They can see where that color shift happens, the change in wind direction. The red is going to be winds rushing away from the radar site. So in this instance, moving pretty much from the west to the east. Towards Nerney, towards Suffolk. So maybe some wind gusts in there. I mean, radar samples here are pulling up, under 40 miles per hour, just south of 58 here, south of downtown Suffolk. So radar, and we're not all that far away from the radar site either. So not seeing wind gusts, at least supported by radar, that could be possibly getting up to 60 miles per hour. So I think we're kind of right on the cusp here. You can see the cell itself is just getting a little bit more broad and dispersed, meaning the energy is getting drawn out as well. And we're not seeing it consolidated in a squall line that's pushing winds out ahead of it and seeing a gust front or anything like that. So that's some good news there. Check on the lightning. 30-minute query here over this area. We're at 170 strikes. So a big decrease over the last hour or so. Of course, we're about 45 minutes from sunset. We're moving the daytime heating. So as this pushes to the east, we'll likely see a gradual weakening trend. Okay, still the gusty wind threat in there, but overall, this doesn't look like really a huge issue. I mean, it's coming up in 17 minutes if they do issue any sort of extension on this. I mean, here's probably some gusty winds moving right on towards Loomis, Russell, Nerney, right over Whaley. There's downtown Suffolk. Let's get another sample on this from radar. It's still coming in around 40 miles per hour. Okay, so we're not 60 mile per hour winds here that would be required for a severe thunderstorm warning. So, I mean, there could be some embedded stronger gusts, but as of right now, we'll see if this refreshes with some more radar runs here, Evan. But looking like winds, gusty, certainly. And with all the rain we've had, that could still cause some damage with some trees down, like we've seen reported numerous times so far this evening. But for now, in northeast North Carolina, no more reports just yet.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if, all the rain that we've had, that's contributed to some of the trees down across the area as well, because, you get the wet ground and then the root structure isn't able to hold. And we did have some very heavy rain over the past several days, right through that Father's Day weekend. So it makes you wonder if that, is also a contributing factor. But in general movement of this storm here is towards the east, maybe a little bit of the east-northeast, right along the state line, sort of expanding out. It was a much more compact storm as it was back along Interstate 95, and it has been sort of expanding and become a little bit wider. Zooming in here, again, it's just getting ready to move into downtown Suffolk right now, right along close to Whaleyville right now, and working your way, down into areas of northeastern North Carolina. We have seen, that heavy rain pushing through and some of those gusty winds as I refresh the radar here coming up, generally working its way towards the east-northeast. A couple other thunderstorms moving through the Chesapeake Bay, but it's this one warning that we're really concentrating on as it is approaching downtown Suffolk. One thing I did want to show, we can query this box. Tim was saying how large it is. We also get an estimate from the radar of how many people are affected, and it's 115,000 people inside this warning box. So and this runs for another 14 minutes or so. And again, a lot of that population center is into the central Suffolk region. So that's why we're focusing on that area right along highway pretty much west of 13. Once you get much farther east than 32, you start to work your way into the Great Dismal Swamp. So a good portion of this storm will be affecting the black bears there in the Great Dismal Swamp over towards Lake Drummond, but it will be moving through downtown Suffolk right along 13. Might work its way up towards Bowers Hill into Chesapeake and Deep Creek, certainly Bear Quarter, Wollaston, Ballahack Road, down into South Mills, Morgan's Corner, Kellogg's Fork. It's going to see some of the heaviest of the rain. And there's that brand new severe thunderstorm warning, Tim, just coming out from the National Weather Service. So this includes a much larger area. I'll put the query on it so you can see the difference in the population, because now we're including Norfolk, Virginia Beach, over a million people. So you can see the difference of that warning that just came out, again, including the metro. The good news is the hail size estimate has come down a little bit more, down to 3/4. Still saying 60-mile-per-hour gusts, but now until 10 p.m., Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach under the severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for that northern part of the storm. It doesn't look like as much concern on that southern part just yet. We'll see if a separate warning is issued here for northeastern North Carolina. That might include, from this part of the storm, whether that includes over towards Moyock and Burnt Mills and Elizabeth City. But now pretty much some of the biggest population centers in Hampton Roads under this severe thunderstorm warning, Tim.
Yeah, and this is what it's for here, the gusty winds. We can see the radar update here showing a swath of some very gusty winds, probably maybe getting up to the severe criteria, 50, 55, 60 miles per hour, now moving through the downtown Suffolk area. And you can see the Boeing signature of this. That's indicative of some gusty winds that are surging on off now to the north and east, still moving at the same speed of 55 miles per hour. Let's get some radar estimates here on what some of these wind gusts may be verifying towards the ground. Okay, downtown Suffolk, we're getting some radar estimates here, 45, maybe close to 50. I mean, not getting a great sample here from this, but I do want to draw on a storm track here based off of that leading wind gust as it moves to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. Let's draw it on here, right on through here, off to the north. We'll take it all the way to the Virginia Beach ocean front. Okay, so Jolliffe around 9:30, so 10-minute lead time for you. Norfolk itself at 9:37, Thalia 9:46, Oceana, the Naval Air Station there at 9:52, and Virginia Beach ocean front just ahead of 10 o'clock. Now, this warning itself is up until 10 o'clock. Now, it's going to cover a lot of ground. You can see it moving through four cities over that amount of time, from Suffolk over into Chesapeake, over into Norfolk, and then over to Virginia Beach, too, before it clears the coastline and moves offshore, likely around or just before 10 o'clock this evening, as the speed is pretty intense at 55 miles per hour. Here's a better look at some of these wind gusts here, where the leading wind gusts could be right along 13, moving along 58 as you're getting into downtown Suffolk, likely getting very breezy there for you. Approaching Nansemond in the short term here. You can see the outline of the previous severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire here in 11 minutes at 9:30. That has been replaced with a much larger warning that takes it all the way out to the ocean front. Nerney down 13 to Whaley, likely still a little bit breezy. Russell area, downtown Suffolk, moving along 58 and eventually on 13 farther to the north and east there over the coming 15, 20 minutes. You can see the radar just updated, and it is moving quite fast at 55 miles per hour. Radar data there. Let's see if we're getting any better samplings of stronger winds. Still up to around 45 or so. Yeah, I'm not seeing much more than that right now. That is a little bit of an increase from the last run, so we'll see if it does get a little stronger as it moves over the northern portion of the Dismal Swamp here, and then eventually in a western branch, Deep Creek area. Maybe even grazing portions of Portsmouth here within the next 40 minutes until the watch or the warning is set to expire right now. But at the leading edge of the strongest of the winds indicated here, again, that's the main hazard, the priority hazard here for gusts up to maybe 50, 55, 60 miles per hour, as well as some very heavy rainfall and frequent lightning billowing its way along 460 and headed towards the 64 corridor here, probably within the next 20 minutes or so. You can see it's taking on a little bit more of a squally feature here. from that bowing that's indicated here on radar, and then dipping all the way down to the south. We got another little bow with this section likely protruding down to the south and east there at a different speed. I think that's moving a little bit slower at around 45 towards Acorn Hill into portions of Gates County. But this is really the ongoing portion of the segment line that's shooting off towards the north and east there at 55 miles per hour, now overspreading downtown Suffolk with some gusty winds. Not too far away from Harborview in North Suffolk, over to Bridgeport area, Bennett's Creek area, Churchill, Western Branch, Portsmouth. We could see some gusty winds heading in your area as well, headed in the next 30 minutes or so, Evan.
Yeah, so again, this is a very large severe thunderstorm warning that includes much of the metro of Southside, and I know it's it's the Juneteenth holiday. We've got the NBA playoffs on, and so I know a lot of folks are maybe not totally in tune to what's going on as far as the weather. If you've been away from your TV all day and been away from the streaming apps, know that we're here. Excuse me, we're here with you, tracking these storms all evening, and this warning again is in effect as we go here until 10 o'clock for this northern part of the storm. That is showing a little bit of that curvature, a little bit of that sort of bowing out. And when you see that bow, that backward C, that's an indication of some of those, stronger winds coming in behind it, pushing that thunderstorm. And we know it's moving quickly at around 50, was it 50, Tim? 50, 55 miles per hour. So that is one of the faster speeds for these storms as they work their way in. And again, now moving through the downtown Suffolk area. So carrying that here towards the northeast, again, that's going to bring it towards Portsmouth here in about 13 minutes. So that's not a lot of time when you think about it. You think, oh, well, it's all the way in central Suffolk and I'm in Portsmouth. Well, with this thing moving so quickly, almost as fast as people drive on interstate, it's going to be there pretty fast. And I think that's what we're going to notice here. I'm surprised we haven't started hearing some of the thunder. There's not a lot of lightning showing up here, saying 67 lightning strikes here within the last hour. But I would imagine here coming up now another 5-7 minutes, we're really going to start to hear some of that thunder here at the station in downtown Norfolk. As we move off towards the north, don't want to forget the folks who might be watching us from the Middle Peninsula, the Northern Neck, and the Eastern Shore. We do have some thunderstorms there. They're not severe. But, you've already had some severe thunderstorms move through, and that sort of destabilized the atmosphere as temperatures have come down in northern parts of the area as that rain has moved through. And you can sort of see that difference.
You can almost see the boundary.
Yeah. We're at 70 in Ahoskie, but 85 in Edenton, 75 Newport News, 80 in Norfolk, 84 Elizabeth City. And the dew points, have, they've been holding because it's, still very moist out there. The atmosphere, dew points across northeastern North Carolina is still in the 70s, have come down into the low 70s across areas of Virginia. And, it's still muggy out there. It still feels like the 80s and 90s through the south side of North Carolina, but it feels only like the 70s in the areas where the rain has moved through. And still, some lightning. Earlier we were seeing the totals for this view for an hour of almost 1,500. Now we're down to just under 500. So some general weakening of the overall line, but it's this one warning that we're going to be watching here until 10 o'clock as the heaviest of the storm is now in downtown Suffolk and is moving, getting ready to move into areas of Chesapeake and Portsmouth, downtown Norfolk, and Virginia Beach.
Yeah, we were looking at some hail earlier on this, and it just looked like we have a tiny, tiny, small hail signature here over Kenyon. This is likely pea-sized near Myrtle Indian Trail here. But again, this is not the main hazard. There may be some pings of some small hailstones, but this is really a damaging wind threat here. And we can see that that leading line just moved on through downtown Suffolk. It is now moving through the Nansemond area. These bright shades here that are embedded within the overall wind direction that's moving away from the radar site in Wakefield, so off towards the east and even southeast here. These are some stronger echoes from radar, and I've been kind of querying some of these to see if we're getting any sort of, severe wind gusts as indicated by radar, and each time I do it, they are starting to get a little bit stronger. So this one here south of Nansemond coming in close to 50 miles per hour. So it's not outside the realm of possibility to expect some stronger gusts within wherever we're querying here, especially with some of the heavier rain pulling down some of those stronger winds from aloft. So definitely some damaging wind gusts, a possibility here. This is all still radar indicated, nothing on the ground. We haven't seen any storm reports from this cell moving through yet, but I mean, it's dark out. We'll see if we get some over the next couple of hours once things calm down a little bit. But just about to clear downtown Suffolk right now, with the strongest of the winds beginning to pull away off to the east-northeast. Again, the cell is moving pretty fast at 55 miles per hour. So it's going to come in quickly with some gusty winds and then move right back on out. Now, the one problem here is we've had so much rain over the past couple of weeks, and really just a few days ago, it was pouring. Ground's pretty saturated, so we've got some compromised root systems on some of the older trees especially. So you get a strong wind gust hitting it in the right way, you can see some trees coming on down. And that's really been what most of the storm reports have showed us so far this evening. Off to the west and off to the north, it was gusty winds taking down some trees, whether it be on roadways or on power lines. That reminds me, let's get a check of some power outages, because earlier this evening we were approaching 250,000 customers in Virginia without power. Now we're down to 148,000. So we'll see if we see this increase with this gusty wind threat moving through a very populated area, if that number gets a boost or not. But regardless of that, we're starting to see the gustiest winds now crossing the Chesapeake City line just to the west of Deep Creek, headed towards Western Branch as well, and eventually to Craddock and to downtown Norfolk within the next 30 minutes. Let's put an updated storm track on this for you. Moving again quickly to the north and east at 55 on the leading edge of this gusty wind. Oh, there's an update. Actually, before I do that, let's see if we got any stronger wind gusts coming out of this new update from radar. Okay, we're like 40, 45, maybe 50 mile per hour winds in there. Okay. Oops. Let's go back here and draw on the storm track, because again, we're pushing into Western Branch now. 55. So West Landing at 9:32, 4 minutes for you. Norfolk, 10 minutes, it'll be on you. So it's just to your southwest now, building quickly in that direction. Great Bridge at 9:40, Acredale at 9:44, Thalia at 9:48 into Virginia Beach, Little Haven at 9:51, Lincoln 9:54, and then close to the ocean front, just ahead of the top of the hour near 10 o'clock this evening. Again, covering a lot of ground here. It's almost completely clearing out of Suffolk. Downtown, starting to see the winds calm down a little bit. The leading edge, the gust front here pushing into just near Western Branch and over towards Deep Creek too, moving quickly to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. Evan?
Yeah, and this line of storms continues down into northeastern North Carolina, down towards Rocky Mount. So it's sort of this broken line that's been working its way eastward. And again, we've seen these storms have a history of producing some damage. We haven't seen too many storm reports coming in. There's a new one just coming in out of Northampton County, North Carolina. Galatia, tree down along the Berries Mill Road, back towards Roanoke Rapids, Gaston there. We're seeing multiple trees down across Gaston. So we are starting to see some of those reports come in. So that's another reason why we know this warning is warranted, because these storms have that history of producing damage. And, you know, certainly, again, lower population areas down across northeastern North Carolina. So sometimes it takes a little longer for those reports to come in, you know, or maybe, you know, we don't know about some of those reports until the morning, till we get some of that daylight out there, as opposed to a more metro area. You know, we have a lot more street lighting and things like that. You can see the warnings have disappeared that were for Gates County and Hertford County and areas around Franklin. Those were allowed to expire at 9:30. So some good news that it hasn't been issued yet or reissued yet for Hertford County or Gates County. But if you are in northeastern North Carolina, northern Chowan County, Pasquotank, Perquimans County, Camden County, Currituck County, know that you're still going to get this storm. It might not be officially severe by those definitions, but it's still pretty much of a humdinger of a storm that's working eastward, that's going to have some very gusty winds with it. And now, as we're tracking that leading edge of the storm, those strongest of the winds just coming out of the Great Dismal Swamp now. Let's see, you know, there's some more 30s and 40s showing up as we were seeing earlier. But again, just getting ready to, moving into the Bowers Hill area, around Algren, Martin Johnson Road, just approaching Deep Creek right now, moving into Jolliffe. So getting in there up around, Western Branch High School, coming in around Taylor Road, Chesapeake Square Mall. And very, very quickly, it's going to be moving into Portsmouth, getting into Academy Park, Hodges Manor, around the golf course. And it's going to be into downtown Portsmouth pretty quickly here. And probably another couple of sweeps of this radar, we'll start to see the heaviest of those winds moving into downtown Portsmouth. And as we put the radar on there, you can see the radar sort of, shows a little bit of a different story where the heaviest of the rain is moving in. But again, moving into Bowers Hill, Ahoy Acres, Jolliffe, Bruce, getting ready to move into Academy Park, Churchland, Briarwood, the West Norfolk Bridge. Just starting to see some of those gustiest of the winds approaching that area as well. So again, a big storm that has a big swath of the metro on the south side under that severe thunderstorm warning. Earlier when we checked it was over 1 million people, and still over almost 1.1 million people under this severe thunderstorm warning for another 28 minutes.
Yeah, and you look at areas like Norfolk, over into Virginia Beach, the storm is not currently impacting you, okay? They've been issuing warnings tonight with a ton of lead time because they're moving so fast. So it's moving at 55 miles per hour. The area to be concerned with and to be watching is this kind of lobe of gusty winds that's been slowly strengthening as it's been moving to the east-northeast at 55. So it's clearing downtown Suffolk right now, and moving and approaching the western portions of Deep Creek, over to Western Branch, over into Portsmouth as well. Things are getting breezy there. And within the next 15 minutes or so, with this speed, this forward motion that it has of 55, it'll be in downtown Norfolk with potentially winds gusting 40, 50, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour. There's the new radar data just getting painted on there. Let's see if we've got any higher wind gusts being depicted here. We're getting close to 50 mile per hour winds right along the Chesapeake Suffolk city line. 47 mile per hour winds potentially making it down to the surface. Now, keep in mind, you just saw the radar sweep coming in from the northwest there where the radar is located out at Wakefield. So we're not terribly close, but we're also not extremely far away. So we're getting a sampling, not terribly high up, but not at the surface. Okay, so these are winds that are aloft, maybe up to 40, 50 miles per hour. With some of the heavier rain, that certainly has the possibility of pulling down some of the stronger wind gusts and verifying it at the surface there. So you can see some of these rainfall rates on top of the gusty winds. We're seeing right along the city lines there of over 2 inches per hour. North side of downtown Suffolk approaching 1 inch per hour rainfall rates. Thankfully, it is moving so fast at 55 that we're not seeing this causing widespread flooding issues. Could it overwhelm drainage basins briefly and lead to some ponding on area roadways? Sure. But it's moving very fast. It's going to be a quick hitter with the rainfall and shouldn't leave behind too much in terms of any flooding conditions. A good thing, too, also, we're not seeing any threat potentially here for any sort of tornadic development. We would be keeping an eye on this similar product here for any couplets that would be developing. And what we'd look for is basically the two different shades that we have on the screen here, reds and greens, that are closely next to each other and maybe even have brighter signatures indicating a tighter spin. We don't see that. It's a very broad, straight line wind damage scenario here. You can see the outermost line blowing out ahead of the main line off to the north and east, and that's where you're going to find the strongest of the winds. We even switch things up to get to absolute velocities, and these are some of the higher wind gusts that you saw there. We queried at 40 to 50 miles per hour, as indicated by radar. Now, there's been no updates on the actual warning from the Weather Service here. You can see it's still up until 10 o'clock, still for another 25 minutes, including a large area. Evan even queried the population. It's over 1 million folks under the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the wind speeds have not been increasing so much that we're seeing any sort of considerable threat tags on these. Sometimes we get those when these signatures are even brighter and we're seeing maybe 70 mile per hour wind potential here. That's when you'll get one of those considerable threat tags. We don't have that. In fact, as I was showing you this, it did look like it updated.
It did, yes.
Let's see if we, it's probably just an update on the, just on the location. They just lopped off the back side of this because now the threat has moved away from that back end there. Now just basically down through downtown Suffolk. But some of these stronger winds here looks like now starting to refocus south of Deep Creek near Bear Quarter. Some of these wind gusts here, let's see if we're getting even any stronger ones. 40, 45, maybe close to 50 miles per hour again in this lobe here that's to the south in Chesapeake. Going a little farther north along the leading line near Jolliffe. Some of these wind speeds, 40, 45 miles per hour. Broadmoor, 40 miles per hour. Pughesville Road, 40. So again, we haven't seen any wind gusts, at least radar indicating, that are like 55 or 60 miles per hour yet. It still has, plenty of untapped energy that's still here, even though we're, an hour past sunset. Still some residual energy here that this could use. So we could see the wind gust threat maintain or intensify a little bit as it builds through North Chesapeake, southern Norfolk, over into portions of Virginia Beach as well. So this looks to be where the focus of the strongest of the winds are, between Deep Creek, Western Branch, over to Bear Quarter, approaching Great Bridge area as well, with a movement still at 55. Let's see if that changed. Yep, still at 55 to the east. Hazards are still 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. That's something we haven't looked at in a bit. Hail. We've got a very, very minor potential of seeing some hail in Deep Creek at pea-sized near Yadkin Shipyard Road. This probably isn't even verifying if the ground is pea-sized. It's probably just some heavy, heavy rainfall there right around Deep Creek, Mill Creek Parkway just north of you there. So that's about the extent of any hail. It's really just a heavy rain and gusty wind threat here. And even down on the southern part of the line, you can see this starting to bow out to the south and east. So this may have packed some gusty winds too. Let's see if we're getting any considerable returns. Looks like a little bit stronger winds here as you're getting on into Pasquotank and Perquimans County, northern portions, over into Camden County. We'll see if that one maybe gets a warning on it soon in the next, couple of minutes or so. But for now, it's mostly in south side where the action is. Evan?
Yeah, I've been checking out radar scope. That's one of the things that we use. And see if anybody, you get your citizen journalists, I guess you could say, who put in reports. And we haven't seen any reports of any hail out of that storm. So that's certainly some good news. Haven't seen any reports of trees down, but this is another way that we can get that information and pass it along to you. But again, this is a very large severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of south side. I'd say, from downtown Suffolk westward, you are in the clear. Still northern Suffolk, up around Harborview and just south of Crittenden, Baileytown, Bennett's Harbor, Bennett's Creek. We are certainly seeing some of that heavy rain. Pughesville Road, Simonsdale, as we get over into Western Branch, and just getting ready to move here into the downtown Portsmouth area. So already seeing it approach the West Norfolk Bridge. Probably this next radar sweep, we're going to start, seeing it getting into even into areas of Norfolk. Can't hear any rain on the roof just yet, but I imagine here very, very quickly we'll start to hear, some of that rain coming in as we see the brighter reds. That's an indication of that very heavy rain. As Tim mentioned, it's moving quickly, so it's not going to produce an inch of rain because it is moving so fast, but it is going to be a quick little downpour that extends now just moving out of the Great Dismal Swamp, approaching the new 17. Getting ready to head over towards Ballahack Road, Douglas, over towards West Road, the Chesapeake Airport, and then eventually into Great Bridge, Fentress, Edinburgh. And then as we get into northeastern North Carolina, again around Core Peak, you're still a little bit there right along the Great Dismal Swamp, but it is going to be moving over towards South Mills, Morgan's Corner, Lynch's Corner, Mittensville, getting ready to cross over the Chowan River into northern Chowan County. So still that potential with that southern part of the storm. We don't have a warning with it, but that potential is there for some very heavy rain and some gusty winds. Off towards the north, we've got a few scattered heavier downpours, nothing severe. Some lightning associated with these storms moving through the Chesapeake Bay, up around Gloucester Point, through Gloucester County, Yorktown, seeing some rain. Eastern Shore around Exmoor, Nancock, you had your heavy thunderstorms a little bit earlier this evening, and now it's transitioned down towards the south side where we've got that sort of bow going on right through there. That's where we start to see some of the heaviest of the rain, some of the strongest of the winds, and that first force that comes through. And it's going to be a quick downpour, and then it'll start to taper off. But I think once it moves through, you'll definitely notice it. And let's see, it's starting to look like some of that rain is showing up. I'm going to switch over here. Josh, let's take the Norfolk Tower camera. Maybe you can double box it, or I guess Milla's back there, and see. And we can double box with, there's the Norfolk Tower
Oh,
cam.
wow.
And I think you can see that rain shaft there on the right, just getting, you can see it
Look
here
at that.
live.
You can watch it move.
Yeah, you can just see it
Look
move.
at how fast it's going. Wow.
And there's some lightning. So let's sit on this for just a minute here. You can see there in the center of your screen that rain shaft just getting ready to overtake downtown Portsmouth. So let's watch that.
That's really cool.
And I imagine we're going to start seeing those buildings disappear as that heavy rain just starts to overtake downtown Portsmouth. But you can see that rain shaft work its way there from right to left.
Hear it on the
and
roof.
here on target, we can hear the rain just starting on the roof of our building here. And ever so slowly, we're starting to see those buildings of downtown Portsmouth disappear from the screen as that heavy rain just starts to overtake the city of Portsmouth, crossing over the Elizabeth River, over towards downtown Norfolk, and eventually as the heavy rain overtakes the station, you can see the darkness there on the right-hand side of the screen. The buildings of downtown Norfolk will slowly start to disappear as well. As you can see the rain there on the housing of the camera.
Look at it shaking around from the winds.
Yep.
That is something.
And again, we're not seeing a lot of lightning with this storm as it moves through. We've seen generally as we've gone here through the evening that the overall lightning count has been diminishing, but there you can see ever so slowly downtown Norfolk disappearing in that heavy rain. You can still see a little bit of those lights there on top of the Wisconsin, and of course we can still see Brambleton Avenue, the Brambleton Avenue Bridge, but and the wind's not terribly strong. It's shaking the camera around, but I know sometimes here, we have this, 250-foot tower outside of the building, and when those winds get really strong, you can hear those winds blowing through the tower. It makes a little bit of an eerie sound, and we're not hearing that. So that's the good news, meaning that the winds are not terribly strong. But I can definitely hear some of those winds.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the rain's not quite heavy enough. Sometimes if the rain's really heavy, you can even hear it on our microphones. I'm sure you can't really hear that. But if we start getting any hail, you definitely know something's going on as it hits the roof here of the building. So again, this warning is up for another 17 minutes. It's cleared, the storm has cleared the city of Suffolk now, still just some light rain. The heaviest of the rain is moving through Chesapeake, downtown Norfolk, and Portsmouth. So right now it's just cleared Deep Creek, getting ready to move into areas around Great Bridge, Fentress, over towards Hickory. And before too long, about another 5-6 minutes, it's going to be out towards 64 to 64, moving out of Norfolk into northern Virginia Beach. So if you're watching our stream now, from Virginia Beach out towards the ocean front, this is moving still at 55 miles per hour. So,
do we have the Virginia Beach cams?
Yeah, we do. Let's see what's going on.
Probably watch it coming from the west.
Yeah, we'll check
or the
out
ones above the Weston?
Yeah, the Weston. We got the one pointing south. Not a lot showing up. There's the Weston North. And I might go in and move the DQ camera and point it up.
Yeah, go for it. I'll take over. Yeah.
Point it up Virginia Beach or 17th Street.
Sounds good. Yeah, so we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's still up for 16 more minutes. Down to the south here, we're noticing another lobe of some very gusty winds. Weather Service just did put a special weather statement on this. This is the southern portion of this squall line here. And we see the same thing to the north. All the bright colors of yellow, that's some gusty wind. So we could be seeing some wind gusts here. Up and over 40, 45 miles per hour, close to 50 miles per hour. So I wouldn't doubt it. We see a warning come out on this southern portion of this cell here over the next couple of minutes or so as that's starting to bow out to the south and east. We've got this one here that's got the strongest of the winds. Now have just pushed on through downtown Norfolk, as you saw from that sky view camera there, with the winds blowing on through, crossing the Elizabeth River from Portsmouth over to Norfolk. Now moving towards the airport, Azalea Acres, Poplar Halls. and eventually it'll be moving down 264 into Virginia Beach here. Some gustier winds indicated here by radar down into central Chesapeake, south of Deep Creek, seeing some winds maybe 50 miles per hour. Along Chesapeake Expressway, just to the west there, 40 to 45 miles per hour, closing in on 50 just south of Deep Creek. And then some other readings here a little farther to the north along the leading edge here that's moving through downtown Norfolk right now, getting some of these, 40, 45 miles per hour in those particular areas right now. Let's get a sampling off to the south in the southern lobe here that we're starting to see get a little stronger. Some of these readings in South Chesapeake crossing the state line, 54 miles per hour. So several areas here. I bet we see a severe thunderstorm warning issued on this here in the next couple of minutes, especially since they've already placed a special weather statement on this. And you can see the leading edge of these strongest winds here moving towards Tar Corner over South Mills right now, moving up and over 17 in northeastern North Carolina at this time in this area. Lots of heavy rain, too. We can hear it here on our studios. Moving through downtown Norfolk right now. Not hearing much in the way of thunder, though. We've got some lightning strikes, 24 strikes right now. That's a rather small amount. That's over the last 30 minutes over this general area here. So those numbers have been slowly coming on down. Now, it's about to approach probably in the next 5 minutes, hitting the 264 corridor in Norfolk, and then eventually charging due east. There you go. You see they just lopped off the backside of this warning that no longer includes downtown Suffolk. The threat has shifted off to the east and northeast. Deep Creek still under the warning. Up into Norfolk, Portsmouth, Western Branch. There's the radar update. Look at how fast it's moving. 55 miles per hour, approaching the 264 corridor right now with some very heavy rainfall and some very gusty winds as well. It looks like they're continuing the warning. Any change on the movement of it? Still moving, where is this? 55 miles per hour off to the east. So let's put another storm track on it. Let's go from the strongest of the winds. The leading edge here. 55. Well, just got another update. It's just moving that quickly. Hickory at around 9:49, Oceana 9:57, and past the top of the hour, just past the top of the hour, Virginia Beach oceanfront. So it's expected to be offshore almost within the next 15 minutes or so. So it is moving very, very fast with potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds moving through portions of Chesapeake, down through Norfolk, and over into northeastern North Carolina as well. Evan, do we have that camera?
Yeah, I want to see if we can go to the west and south camera. So, yeah, that's our west and south camera there, and we'll take it full screen here in a moment. But yeah, you can see just on the right-hand side of your screen is approaching Virginia Beach Boulevard. That's 264 as they're in the middle part of the screen, and I think we can sort of see off in the distance.
Yeah.
That front edge, that gust front of the rain working its way eastward.
It's probably a shelf.
Yeah, shelf cloud.
It's probably a shelf coming on through.
So this
kind of see it.
Yeah. So this is on the south side of the Weston. So this is on the side that's closer to 264, closer to the railroad tracks there, and I think you can certainly see off in the distance, that darker edge of the cloud. Let's see. West and north's not showing as much. I did turn our DQ camera around, but it's got some light shining in it, so we really can't see as much with that. But yeah, let's stay on this west and south, and it's still a little ways away. The storm is still around Military Circle Mall and Janif, but it is working its way down the boulevard, heading towards the ocean front, like a lot of folks are probably doing this weekend because of the heat and the humidity, moving about as fast as you would drive down the boulevard.
Yeah, 55 is the speed limit on 264, so there you go. Yeah, you can see the low cloud deck reaching the ground there with the rainfall, shooting right towards the camera.
Yep, slowly starting to see some of those lights there in the middle disappear. And then we're hearing a little bit of thunder here at the station. Let's see, did get some reported some trees, some tree limbs down. in Chesapeake, close to Fentress. That's through MPing, not an actual storm report. Though sometimes they pop up on the storm reports when the Weather Service puts them in. But if you're joining us on the stream here, this is Meteorologist Evan Stewart with Chief Meteorologist Tim Pandajis. If you're just joining us because you're noticing that things are changing, the weather is changing in Virginia Beach, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Officially for another 8 minutes, it might be extended as the storm is moving out of Norfolk into Virginia Beach. You're looking at our west and south camera, and I do have it pointed towards the west as we watch this shelf, this big band of heavy rain work its way out of Norfolk into Virginia Beach, pretty much moving right along 264 in the boulevard. Quite a bit of lightning with this storm as well.
Yeah, Milla, if you want to double box that with Max 2 radar, so folks can see what we're looking at. We're looking due west towards this approaching storm with some very gusty winds. It is a severe warn cell. Yeah, no problem. This is what live streaming is all about.
Exactly.
Yeah, look, you can just watch it getting closer and closer. Folks, also, if you're watching at home, we'd appreciate any reports that you may have, what you experienced, what you heard. Any wind gusts taking down some tree branches in your yard, taking down some trees. Did you lose power? Let us know about that. We're streaming here on 13 News Now Plus. You can post on our Facebook page, on Evan or I's Facebook page, our own, or the 13 News Now Facebook page. Let us know what you're seeing. There's a look at radar. Again, this cell is moving due east, and it's ripping at 55. So it's basically going the speed limit down 264. This is the Weston Skycam that is in Virginia Beach Town Center, looking west. So watching this cell approach it, it's kind of, what did we just get here? Some updates? Nope, I don't think so. No, they put a special marine warning out once it hits the coastline and moves out into the ocean. But pretty much the wind, at least, is pushing away from downtown Norfolk and is now moving into western Virginia Beach. And it will quickly build up upon Little Neck and Great Neck, over towards Bay Island, over towards Cape Henry, the ocean front, Oceana, Red Mill. Going to all see some very heavy rain here in short order. Mapleton, it's coming up on you as well. You can see how much this is covered. Let me go back here just 30 minutes and how fast this thing moved through. That's 30 minutes, how much area it's covered. So in the next 30 minutes, it will be at the ocean front or offshore by that point. So the threat window is shrinking considerably. Each minute that goes by, it is ripping its way off to the east. Storm motion is 55 miles per hour. The warning itself only has another 6 minutes on it. I'd imagine they'll either cancel this and reissue a new one just for Virginia Beach, or just extend the time on it. We'll see what they do here. But you can see it approaching the town center there from the camera. It's getting a little bit, if you look towards the ground, it's getting a little bit obscured in terms of the visibility, and that is the rain shaft that is trekking along 264, reducing visibilities there. And rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches, maybe 2 inches, 2.25, 2.5 per hour, but it's moving so fast that we're not really concerned with any flooding here. I do want to switch up the radar imagery here and show you what the wind speeds are looking like. So when we get some of the bright shades of yellow in there that you see kind of mixed in with some shades of red, that's the actual gust front kind of getting washed out a little bit. So we're not seeing a well-defined boundary of the strongest straight line winds anymore. It's really just blustery all over the place wherever it's raining right now. You really have to go a little bit farther to the south before you see really more concentrated shades of yellow that indicates the stronger wind gusts out by Fentress as you get into Chesapeake, Hickory along the Chesapeake Expressway. And some of these wind gusts here, 30 to 40 miles per hour, maybe 45 miles per hour. So we haven't seen anything, at least as indicated by radar, that's telling us that it's severe. even though there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And look at this. You see this bowing out, headed towards Pungo, Mapleton area. This is what we're talking about right here, this little kind of notch that's shooting out towards Dam Neck Corner. That's some leading gusty winds right there, 40, 45, maybe close to 50 miles per hour in that general area. Sliding a little bit farther north, back to where our camera is. So it's now raining, almost raining at the Virginia Beach Town Center. It's approaching, moving down to 64, ripping along there at 55 miles per hour. And we're still under the warning for another 4 minutes for some gusty, damaging winds. And that's pretty much it. Some very heavy rainfall as well out there. And as you can see from the sky view, lots of lightning still associated with this storm. And it will be offshore in the next 15 minutes. That's how fast it is moving. And, you know, Evan, I'm also a little surprised that down to the south here, we've got some very strong winds moving through the Moyock area, northern Camden, Currituck. No warning. They had a special weather statement on it, but no warning on that, even though it looks to be matching some of the wind speeds that we're finding. Oh, look at that, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust there, potentially. 44, 45. So definitely strong winds in those areas, south outside of the warning area. But for now, it's just a strong thunderstorm.
Right, and, you know, we're sort of seeing that bowing with that line as well, working its way towards Elizabeth City. And, there's plenty of warnings towards the south, down around Rocky Mount, down towards Williamston in Martin County. So there's some strong thunderstorms towards the south. And certainly some gusty winds getting ready to move through Elizabeth City as that leading edge of the, rain moves in. So far, no MPing reports of anything out of Virginia Beach. Still quite a few folks down along the Virginia Beach ocean front.
They're still outside on the camera?
I moved it a little bit, but yeah, there are folks walking around.
Yeah, they're about to get soaked.
It's a little hard to see because there's a light pointing right into the camera lens.
Oh, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So they did finally warn the bottom part. That now does include all of Virginia Beach, and both warnings here stretching down into Camden, Currituck, and Pasquotank counties as well. So here we go. Camden, Currituck, Pasquotank, Perquimans County, new severe thunderstorm warning. This one up until 10:45. So for 45 more minutes, as this leading line again of gusty winds being the main threat here. You can see it blowing on through areas like Moyock. That are currently seeing some winds possibly getting as high. Let's see some radar indicate 50-mile-per-hour winds in South Chesapeake. Getting into South Mills area, 40, 45, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds. So now we've got two severe thunderstorm warnings. The one to the north set to expire here. Expire within the next minute or so. I don't see anything about them extending it, which I would imagine they would for the immediate ocean front there. See.
Nope. You might extend it, just like the northern edge of that other warning. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it didn't just carry it all the way up there anyway.
Yeah, this one here, 10:45, still 60-mile-per-hour winds. This southern portion of this line is only moving at 40 miles per hour. So slower motion, meaning it'll take a little while longer to make it offshore. It's moving, still due east there. So let's put a storm track on that one. The southern tier here at 40 miles per hour. Creeds, there we go. They let the other one expire, unless they're going to issue another one in just a minute or so. But here's a look at some of the cities and counties that are under that secondary severe thunderstorm warning. That does include central southern Virginia Beach. We're looking at Knott's Island, arrival time of some gusty winds for you in about 12 minutes. At 10:12, Riddle at 10:18, Water Lily 10:20, Grandy at 10:33, and Pine Island, right along the Outer Banks there, Currituck County, 10:39. So within the warning area until 10:45 for this cell, dropping south or east-southeast at 40 miles per hour. So no warning exists anymore for north of 264 in Virginia Beach. That was allowed to expire at 10 o'clock this evening. Still raining heavily there with some embedded gusty winds, but looks like they have dropped below severe criteria. Now our focus a little farther to the south, where we have several segments of this line that are bowing. First here north of Pungo, you can see that bowing signature shooting out towards let's say areas just south of the ocean front. We go a little bit farther south, just east of Moyock, another bowing segment. South of Moyock, another bow. And then just north of Elizabeth City, you're about to get some gusty winds with another bowing segment headed in your direction. You can kind of see these highlighted on where the gustiest winds are. Right here, you've got this kind of indentation there. That's going to be something to watch there. So hopefully we don't get any little spins ending up there. But broad bowing segment here, shooting out southeast of Moyock, headed towards Elizabeth City, eventually towards Poplar Branch and Water Lily. Out by Pungo, you're seeing another bowing segment there with some very gusty winds. Radar indications here on wind speeds. Wow, just got a tag for 70-mile-per-hour winds there. Just near the Fentress area, over near Creeds. Possibly, that's interesting. Let's get a closer look on what that may be over here. So 43. So right up in here, yes, 65 miles per hour. So some very Mill Landing Road, Princess Anne Road, north of Creeds. Some very gusty winds possibly right in there. And then this is something interesting here. See this little notch right near Vine? That might be something to watch here if we're starting to see maybe some first signature here of some rotation possibly taking shape just to the southwest of Creeds there. That's going to be something to keep a close eye on. Yeah, you have that little bit there, Indian Creek area. Not seeing any talk of a tornado potential here, but that's something to watch there. Around Elizabeth City, folks joining us from around there, the strongest of the winds, likely not as strong as what you're finding up near Moyock, but you've got some gusty winds on the north side near Burnt Mills, over by Parkville area, some very strong winds for you there as well at this current time, as well as some heavy rain just about to come into your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
And I've been watching some of these storm reports come in because we are starting to get a few more down along the state line. I did have one report coming in out of Murfreesboro that 4 trees and 1 power line were knocked down and power went out for the entire town of Murfreesboro. So that's what that storm.
Interesting.
That was moving along the state line. Galatia, we mentioned that one a little bit earlier. Margarettsville, a tree fell down across 180 North Carolina 186 near Margarettsville. Southern Southampton County, Boykins, tree fell down along Pittman Road. Handsome near Franklin, down power line on Apache Circle. In the middle of, at Naval Station Norfolk, middle of the Lafayette River, that weather flow sensor there, 45-mile-per-hour gust. And then it looks like here out towards Bayside, Lynn Haven, 48-mile-per-hour gusts. So that sort of matches what the radar was saying. We'll see if there's any reports coming in out of central Virginia Beach. So we're starting to see a few more of those reports a little earlier around Dare as we move across the peninsula. Some trees down there as well near Old Denby Boulevard and near the airport. Some trees down. So we are getting some of those reports coming in. If you're down towards Edenton, Belvedere, Hertford, got some heavy rain just getting ready to push in. It's not severe. That extends over towards Elizabeth City. Should get a report eventually out of the Coast Guard base there if we get a wind gust and out at the airport. But this warning goes again until 10:45. So the northern edge of it will be probably lopped off once the storm moves off the coastline of Virginia Beach. So we will be able to take Chesapeake and Virginia Beach out probably in about another 20 minutes or so. But it'll extend, for northern Camden and Currituck counties through that whole 10:45 time frame.
Yeah, and Evan, this is a very interesting area here. We're talking southwestern parts of Virginia Beach. We do have that little bit of a notch showing up here, but some very strong winds indicated by radar here, 60 to 70 mile per hour near Creeds. Mill Landing Road, you can see some of the radar indications here up and over 40, 50, 60, close to 70 miles per hour within this area, right around Pungo Ferry Road. So that's going to be something to watch. That could certainly be causing some damage near the Creeds area, Pungo Ferry Road, head of River Road, city boundary near Vine and Creeds there. And we also got this little notch here near Princess Anne Road, getting over just to the northwest of Knott's Island. That's going to be something to watch here. You can see two distinct areas of Boeing segments. This one here that's now shooting out from Pungo, and then we've got another one from this notch that's just due west of Knott's Island down to Gregory. That's also Boeing, has more of an east-southeast projection on that one. And in between, always an area to be very suspicious of when you've got two Boeing segments. The area in between there starts to see that spin, okay? So you got winds diving out of that way, winds diving out of this way to the north and east, and you've got that spin overall. So this may be a little bit of a notch. Haven't seen this update yet, so I don't know why it's not getting new data kind of coming in as we were seeing earlier, but we'll see if that pops back in here and we get an update on that. Let's go back and see how it kind of fell in. There we go. It's right over Vine, and now it's moving due east. It's going to be over water, so maybe over Back Bay could become a water spout, possibly, but nothing confirmed yet. I don't see any chatter from the Weather Service on this. We've got very gusty winds now building on into Snowden area near Moyock. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds is indicated by radar, but still seeing some very strong winds here. South of Pungo, 66. Okay, there's the new radar update. Yeah, there's that little notch again, kind of a little bit more amplified. So what's happening here is you're getting winds that are kind of wrapping around, almost get a little bit of a signature here of some spin. Right over on the north side of Knott's Island. So that's going to be something to really kind of keep an eye on here, especially since we're having wind speeds clocked here 50 to 65 miles per hour in this general area. Thankfully, it will be offshore and away from anybody here in the short term, moving at around 40 miles per hour. No updates from the Weather Service on this. It's still up. It's all radar indicated. We got another roughly 30 minutes. No, what am I saying? 40 minutes or so on this warning until it should be safely offshore and pushing on into Currituck, southern Currituck, and southern Camden as well. But very gusty winds here. We just got to keep an eye on that notch that right now is sitting along the state line of Virginia Beach over into northern Currituck County there for maybe a little bit of mischief in this overall, which has just been a straight line wind scenario. We do have this little notch near Princess Anne Road. South of Creeds. Yeah,
approaching Knott's Island there. You know, you're getting getting close to the causeway there in the Knott's Island.
Yeah, and you can see that little notch right there.
Yeah.
Back Bay Landing Road, so it's something to watch. I mean, it's going to be over water now, so that's good. Maybe scooting northern Knott's Island, which there's not much on the Virginia side of Knott's Island there anyway. And then moving offshore in far northern portions of Currituck County here. So that's something to keep an eye on there. Lots of heavy rain, too.
The Weather Service just saying as of 10 p.m. this evening, over 100 reports of wind damage across the whole area.
Yeah. And, you know, Evan, you and I were talking about how this was playing out. You know, models they weren't completely missing on this. I think the timing was a little bit off. It was a little more progressive on models, right? This is kind of moving off to the south and almost has a component that's moving southeast very, very slowly now. The northern tier was ripping along, and then we're seeing this kind of line consolidating here as the boundary sags its way to the south.
Mela, can we double box with the DQ cam now that the rain is hitting the ocean front?
Yeah, let's see that.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty good out at the Virginia Beach ocean front now.
So that's out at the ocean front. Here we go. Yeah. Briefly blinding downpours, 1 to 2 inch an hour rainfall rates there. Again, at the ocean front, not currently under any warning. There was a warning that was allowed to expire 10 minutes ago at the top of the hour. The storm has weakened. You can see the last of the heavy rain is about to push offshore there, and you'll start to see things really quiet down. But right on top of the ocean front, the resort area, right now, as you can see there on radar, on the right side of your screen there, Rudy Heights, Atlantic Avenue, up to Bay Island, Cape Henry, all seeing some very heavy rain, but it's going to be very
There's some folks running.
Yeah, they got caught. But yeah, you've got probably another 10 minutes of heavy rain, and then you're done and good. It'll let up a little bit, still lingering some showers behind it, but aside from that, looking much, much better. Still monitoring. Yeah, there's that. Look at that signature right there. That's interesting. Got a little bit of a couplet here, but it's over a very lowly populated area and over the Back Bay right now too. So not something really too concerning. It'll be offshore within the next 15 minutes or so. But otherwise, I mean, we still have some very gusty winds here. The Vine area, let's clock some of these. 60, 66 over Back Bay now. Some winds clocking over 55 to 60 miles per hour. Now into Currituck and Camden, 55, 45 miles per hour. So definitely some very gusty winds here. Pushing south and east here. Quickly heading towards the coastline, though, there. So things are going to be winding down here. And I tell you what, looking off to the west, we don't see any other areas that are highlighted to be the next thing that we're going to be concerned with. Okay, it's really this gust front that we have now in South Virginia Beach, southeastern Chesapeake, Currituck, Camden, Perquimans, Pasquotank counties, where we're getting the gustiest of the winds now, and where the main concern will lie for the next 25 to 35 minutes until this warning is set to expire at 10:45. And of course, we're not going to be going on at 11 tonight on air because the NBA Finals are on. So we will be streaming on here until things are much quieter. Newscast will go on after the NBA Finals. So we appreciate you joining us. And of course, folks, if you are on your phones right now, sending us a report of what you're seeing where you live would be wonderful. You can go over to my Facebook page or Evan Stewart's Facebook page, drop a message. We'd love to hear from you. You guys can kind of be our eyes and ears all across Hampton Roads. Really helps us kind of tell the weather story. I also dropped a post earlier saying that we were streaming. So if you want to drop a comment under that, it'd be a little bit easier to find. If you've got a Tempest weather station or a weather station at your house, let us know what the peak wind speed was. I'd be very interested to see that. As our wind gusts, let's see if we have any of the stations that reported any wind gusts. 49 out at Norfolk International. Virginia Beach clocked a 41 mile per hour wind gust. 28 out at Chesapeake. So close to what we were querying on the radar imagery there, but of course, there's a large area that wasn't sampled aside from what we saw on radar. So if you're in between there, we'd love to hear from you and see what some of those rainfall, not only the rainfall totals, but the wind gusts too over the last couple of hours. There's still that large swath of very gusty winds that could be exceeding 50 to 60 miles per hour. This is the area here, the bright shades of yellow over Moyock, down to Gregory, Snowden, into Creeds, Vine, up to Fentress, Red Mill, Mapleton and Virginia Beach, back down to Knott's Island, some very gusty winds for you. Elizabeth City, breezy, but the strongest of the winds look to be set up just to your north. We'll see in a couple of minutes if we get an update on the wind gust station at the Coast Guard station there for Elizabeth City, if they did get any wind gusts. But as of right now, it looks to be north to Gregory, Tolles, Moyock, Knott's Island area there. Let's look at the last hour movement on this. You can see it kind of billowing out, bulging forward pretty much. And the leading edge in Virginia Beach is now offshore. So the wind should be dying down there soon. Down to the south along the state line, Moyock and Knott's Island still going to be continuing for a little while longer. And to the south and east of there, moving towards Grandy. Other areas, Water Lily, Poplar Branch, Bartlett, where the warning goes until 10:45 in this general area here. So, I mean, it's just going to be gusty winds here going forward. And that notch that we were watching here, you can see that is just about to push offshore. So that's good news. That would be probably the only thing I wasn't super concerned about it, but it's always interesting to kind of see that develop. That's definitely something trying to, can't think of the words right now, but consolidate and give us some sort of spin there. But it's pushing offshore, so no longer a worry. Still some very gusty winds right over Back Bay. 60, 65 miles per hour. Creeds area, 55. Knott's Island, 50 miles per hour. There's Snowden, 50. Even in the southeastern Chesapeake, we're still getting wind gusts 40 to 45. Creed's area 50, 55, maybe 60 miles per hour. Again, this core of the strongest of the winds is just about 15 minutes away from moving offshore. So that's some good news there, and will be no longer a problem to be monitoring as things quiet down a little bit. Everywhere else, just seeing some heavy rainfall to the north, eastern shore. Just saw a heavy shower blow on through your part of Hampton Roads. Some lightning and thunder. All of those were non-severe. Just some strong storms with possibly some gustier winds now just moved offshore. Still some lightning and thunder over Cape Charles. We had another couple cells moving over the bay now, moving towards Cape Charles, and that's really about it there. Right offshore, Cape Henry, ocean front, there's the strongest of the winds and the rain now safely east and offshore. Things are going to quiet down big time in most of Virginia Beach. Down to the south, still pretty active out near Vine, Creeds, Knott's Island, into Virginia, into northeastern North Carolina. More of the same, some gusty, damaging winds, a possibility there. Oh, here's another interesting area to watch. Maybe another little twist we've got going on here. We've got a little bit of a notch sticking out there, so we'll watch that one carefully near Riddle, just east of Elizabeth City. This is what I'm talking about right here. So you've got winds predominantly rushing away from the radar site here. And near the Gregory area, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then you've got winds here that are trying to kind of pinch off. So we'll see with the next radar scan what that looks like here. Let's go. Oh, there's the new radar scan, and it's gone. Great. That's good news. Yeah, look, even going back, you don't really see much. That's good. Okay, great. Love to see it. All right, and back down to the south and east, or southwest, excuse me, by Edenton, you've got the southern segment of this squall line, we can call it. That's pretty much this trough of low pressure that dipped on in. It's firing off some heavy rain, Hertford, down to Edenton, southern Chowan County, over into Bertie County, Askewville, Windsor, Ahoskie, heavy rainfall, all non-severe currently at this time. Still have about 30 minutes left on this warning. That's up in northeastern North Carolina, parts of Virginia Beach. I bet they're going to lop off central Virginia Beach and over into Chesapeake here if they do put any update on it coming anytime soon. Yeah, still until 10:45, moving east at 40 miles per hour there. Any new storm reports coming in?
We did get one out of Sandbridge, 55 mile per hour gust.
Okay, perfect. So validating. So we saw some of the radar queries in those areas that were up to like 65. So that was a sampling pretty far away. That was a loft. So verifying at the ground, 55 is about a 10 mile per hour drop from upper air. So it's not too bad at all. Certainly probably caused a little bit of damage there, especially with the initial gusts. In terms of power outages, 127,000 in the state. Looks like 1,500 in Chesapeake. No reports in Virginia Beach. Norfolk's got 1,800 outages. Suffolk just over 200, so not too many. And then as we get over into North Carolina, we've got Hertford that's got 1,200 outages. Gates, just 142. Northampton, 2,400 outages there. And then into Camden County, just a couple dozen. So outages not too high, even though the wind gusts there look to be quite significant. Not seeing it in terms of power outages, which is some good news in those areas, Evan.
That's right, Tim. And, I've been watching Virginia Beach is getting back active again. You can see everybody out there walking around again as the strongest part of the storm has moved off the coastline. We'll take a look at some of those other storm reports around the area mentioned there at Sandbridge at 10:13, a 55 mile per hour wind gust. We head back over into areas of Suffolk earlier. We've seen some of those reports of those trees down around Kilby. As you get your way a little bit up towards Kings Fork, 460, a pretty significant roadway up there, tree down, and then across Holland Road and Chapel Drive. And Lummis, we mentioned earlier, near Handsome, tree down. And then as we got down into northeastern North Carolina, around the town of Murfreesboro, Tim had some of those power outage reports out of Hertford County. 4 trees and 1 power line were knocked down. Power went out for the entire town of Murfreesboro. So, as those storms move through there, And let's see if there's anything coming in on, nothing really coming in on Imping as far as any kind of even trees coming down. So we haven't gotten too many reports out of there yet. I'd expect something out of southern Virginia Beach based on some of those wind speeds that we saw in around Sandbridge down towards northeastern North Carolina. Looks like things are not quite as strong around Elizabeth City and still pretty heavy around Hertford and Perquimans County and approaching Edenton. So still a pretty potent thunderstorm there. You cross the bridge there out of Edenton and Chowan County, moving over in towards Bertie County, got a very heavy thunderstorm pushing through. And that continues up towards Elizabeth City, Gregory, Snowden, and Knott's Island, where again, we saw maybe what was trying to maybe get its act together a little bit over Back Bay. Wouldn't be totally surprised if there, could have been a quick little waterspout that was trying to spin up. But now the strongest part of the storm is off the coast of Virginia Beach, and it's going to be clearing Sandbridge here probably in the next 2 or 3 minutes as the next updated sweep comes around.
Yeah, and if we switch things up back over to velocities, you can see kind of this area here over the warned area that I have circled. That's the highest returns from radar in terms of how fast the particles of air are moving. We're still seeing areas that could be up to 50 to 60 miles per hour, which is interesting if you kind of switch it up here and show radar. We're sampling those winds aloft now. So in central and even southern Virginia Beach, with the lack of real heavy rain in those areas now, there's nothing to really pull those gusty winds that we're sampling aloft down to the ground. So even though radar is indicating 50, 60 mile per hour gusts in these areas, I don't think we're seeing that at the ground anymore. I think things have gotten much, much quieter. That's aloft. Now, in these areas here, as you get into northeastern North Carolina, where you have the heavy rain and you also have the radar samplings of very gusty winds aloft, you have a higher potential of that rain pulling down some of those stronger winds. So much more likely to verify some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts at the ground in these areas right now to the southeast of Moyock. Here's the new radar sweep. You can see it painting on the new data farther to the south and east as it is moving pretty much due east at 40 miles per hour. Ongoing warning here for about another 20 minutes for the threat of those gusty, damaging winds. I think it's pretty much just passed in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. I think it's more of a possibility of finding it in the northern portions of Camden, over into Currituck, and maybe even Pasquotank and Perquimans too, as long as this warning is up for another 20 minutes or so in this generalized area. In terms of rainfall here, we haven't checked on that in a little while. So let's look at 1 hour rainfall totals or rain estimates. So you get over into Portsmouth, coming in just under an inch. You get over towards the airport, 6/10 of an inch. All right, special marine warning. So these are all warnings that they're putting on up as these cells are now moving offshore. Down to the south in southern port, actually, let's go over to central Suffolk. 6/10. So most areas have picked up under an inch of rain today, which on top of what we've already seen this month, still significant, still pretty soggy out there. And it will continue to come on down because it is still raining in areas in northeastern North Carolina. We've got some stronger cells here near Edenton, but notice we're not seeing any couplets, and we're also not seeing any bright returns indicating some very strong winds like we have here to the north that's in the warned area that you can see towards Shawborough, Knott's Island, Moyock. Still some areas here could be seeing 45, close to 50 mile per hour winds, Moyock. And then you get into southeastern Chesapeake, 45, over Back Bay, 55, Knott's Island, maybe up to 45 mile per hour winds as indicated by radar. And as I mentioned, where it's heavily raining, a little more likely these winds get mixed down to the surface. Off to the north where, as you can see here on radar, there is not much rain coming down there, at least the heavier rain anymore that would be capable of drawing down those gustier winds. You're really finding that more so into Knott's Island, Camden, Currituck County near Gregory. We certainly have some very heavy rain there for you as well. But that's pretty much what we're watching. We'll just stay with you until this warning expires here. We could even throw up radar here and just let that sit for a little while. Unless we see anything change, we'll pop back on. But for now, we'll leave the radar up for a few minutes there, Milla.